A very good morning, everyone, and welcome to A Path to Truly Sustainable Mobility. I'm so thrilled today to be moderating this panel for all of you, and I have three amazing women joining this panel. First, I'd like to take a minute to introduce all of them. We have Fredrika, we have Angela, and Rebecca. Fredrika will be joining us online. And there she is. Perfect. Welcome, Fredrika. Thanks for joining us online. Fredrika joined Polestar in April 2020 to drive the company's sustainability ambition forward through 4 strategic focus areas: climate neutrality, circularity, transparency, and inclusion. She's a firm believer in the role of business as a catalyst and for sustainable development. And she's held sustainability positions in the past decade at IKEA and other organizations. She studied civil engineering, just like me, with a focus on environmental systems analysis at Chalmers University of Technology in Gothenburg, Sweden. She has developed Polestar's sustainability strategy and is pushing the company to embrace transparency throughout. Through enabling the company to conduct business in a sustainable, ethical, and responsible way, Fredrika has demonstrated that the car industry can, in fact, be a driver for positive change. Thank you for joining us, Fredrika.
Thank you for having me.
Next we have joining us is Angela. Angela Heldberg spent 8 years working for corporations in her native Sweden until discovering that what she wanted to do for her career. Quoting, "I discovered that I was interested in sustainability while at IKEA," she recalls, reflecting on her move to sustainability manager role with IKEA in her 3rd year with the company back in 2016. This newfound passion intensified quickly as Angela became IKEA's head of sustainable mobility 3 years later and began to earn international recognition for her sustainability expertise. In 2021, she was named the Road Transport Lead for COP26 Climate Champions team during the annual United Nations Climate Change Conference. In 2021, she and Karni began what Angela describes as a 4-month courtship that saw her meet with partners on 7 different occasions. She quotes, "I didn't even realize it at first that I was interviewing for a position. They just seemed very interested in my thoughts and how they could work sustainability into every project," she explains. But it soon became very clear that they wanted my thinking on a full-time basis, and I hit the ground running with the firm when I started with them early in 2022 in the Copenhagen office. So that's the very interesting background of Angela, and it speaks for her motivation in the sustainability sphere. Thank you, Angela, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm very curious to where you found that bio.
And then we have Rebecca Carlson. Rebecca is a sustainability entrepreneur, a business advisor, and an author. She has co-founded a handful of sustainable companies and worked as a political advisor to Sweden's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Climate and the Environment. She is trained in exponential technologies by Singularity University at NASA and in social entrepreneurship at Stanford Graduate School of Business. In 2020, she was the finalist for Speaker of the Year, and she's the author of the books Exponential Climate Solutions and Sustainable Business Canvas. Thank you very much for joining us. With that, I'm going to jump right in. Angela, and my first question would be for you. Now that we know you've spent a year with the high-level champions and you're the lead, and with the following up on the ZEV declaration last year, we'd like to hear from you as to what's been going on and how you're gauging the space, and give us a sense of where we are right now.
Well, I think last year was a big year for electric vehicles and electrification. Obviously, at COP26, we launched the ZEV declaration, the Glasgow ZEV declaration, and we saw OEMs, but other players too, come together to say we will all play our part in doing this. So the main point of the declaration was to show that nobody can decarbonize transport by themselves. It's not going to be enough that the manufacturers say we will do it. I mean, they can produce electric vehicles from here to the moon. They still need to be deployed. Somebody needs to buy them. Somebody needs to fix infrastructure, etc. So the idea was to bring together manufacturers, fleet owners, governments, cities, regions, investors, everyone to say, hey, we are here. we can do our part, and we will absolutely do our part, but we cannot get all the way where we need to go alone. And we saw some great leadership from manufacturers such as Volvo Cars, one of the first to join. We saw General Motors, Ford, Mercedes, Jaguar Land Rover, BYD come in. Notably, we also saw those who did not engage in the conversations. And that's still where we are today, I'd say. We've seen a year now of EV deployment, more and more electric vehicles on the street, more and more models coming out. And we've seen increased collaboration. It's been a good year, but not everyone is here yet. And still, I have to say, it's definitely not fast enough. We are still not getting to where we need to be by when we need to be there. Even if we say that, electric vehicles are doubling and they will triple and they will quadruple, but that doesn't mean that we have a huge fleet on the roads. When we look at the absolute numbers and the percentages, we're still nowhere near close. So we need more, faster. And I think what we saw last year was a great start. Those leaders are still leading, but the gap between the leaders and the laggards, I would say, is actually growing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for sharing your views, Angela. And you're totally right. With ZEV commitments, by 2040, we can expect most of the geographies moving to an ice phase-out phase. But that's not work completely done, right? I mean, because we have the spillover effect, in there. And we should also think of how equitable this transition is going to be. And, how emerging economies, like, we're just standing here in Africa today, and 80% of the vehicles today are imported, and the average age is about 15 years. So we still have to deal with those transition of the entire
Absolutely. And this is a puzzle.
Yeah.
It's a puzzle, right? And there is no silver bullet. And I think anyone looking for that, like, here's the thing we do and everything's decarbonized, that's not what it is. It is a puzzle. It is very important that new car sales are electric and zero emission preferably. Super important. It's equally important that we look at 2- and 3-wheelers. We need to look at mobility systems. We need to look at many, many things. But again, it comes down to that. We all have a role to play. Not everyone needs to play every role. Mm-hmm. We all have a role to play, and these pieces will fit together to decarbonize mobility systems.
Absolutely. Let me come to you, Rebecca. As Angela was saying, we have the commitments, we have the corporate ambition to make this transition. But in your view, what do you think are the key pieces of the puzzle so that we can enable a full-scale transition?
Yeah, so what we need to do in the coming decades is a full exponential climate transition, right? Cut emissions in half every decade and reach net zero by 2050, the latest. Mm-hmm. But still, if we look at the carbon law is super slow if we compare it to Moore's law, for example, that is governing much of the technological development that we see. If we were to cut climate emissions as fast as the technological development is happening, we would be down at net zero in 5 years and 3 months and be able to focus on other sustainability issues instead. And also behavioral changes and social movements are growing much faster in so many other areas in our time. So really what we must do moving forward in order to harvest the possibilities we have is to really draw out the curves, place them on top of each other, and make our current investments based on where these technologies and behaviors will be in a few years from now when our solutions will be used. So just a few examples, like the price of solar energy has fallen by 250x since the late 70s. Mm-hmm. If we look at offshore wind, it has fallen by 4x in just 8 years. If we go to batteries, it became 80% cheaper in just 7 years. Mm-hmm. And we can use AI and robotics to enable energy and resource efficiency like never before, right? So this has happened until now. But how can we draw out these curves? How will these curves be drawn out moving forward? How can we combine them, and how can we base our investment based on where we are heading? Because in order to really harvest, like the opportunities are here, but in order for us to be able to really harvest these opportunities, we all need to invest based on them simultaneously.
Yep.
Just like Angela said, like no one can build a fully electric and climate neutral car alone. You simply can't do it. We all rely on each other's sustainability solutions when building our own climate solutions or sustainability. So sustainability is very much a team effort. So we all need to like stop investing in the non-sustainable and fully invest in what will be possible, because it will be possible if we all invest in it simultaneously.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a need for us to overlap, and create a framework or, a set of initiatives or, a set of interventions, and just like, there's no just one answer or one thing that's going to solve the problem, right? And there's so many stakeholders in this process, right? And one of the biggest stakeholders is the OEMs. Although with right now, 80% of the emissions that are coming from the road transportation are probably coming from in use. But once we finish, or once the phase out happens for the most of the geographies by 2040, we're looking at a transition to about 40% of the emissions still coming in from the manufacturing, from the after sales, in use. So I think we need to revamp our thoughts on that. And that's where, Fredrika, I'd like to come to you. Polestar is, already 100% electric. Kudos to you. So what's next? I mean, how can we draw out these curves, like Rebecca was saying, right? And how can we ensure like a full transition? We'd really like to hear from you.
Yeah, we are a fully electric car company, and we are very driven about the challenge that we can fulfill this promise of electric cars to usher in a new era of completely climate neutral, sustainable mobility. We are not there today. Electric cars come with a lot of challenges, but they are the more sustainable solution today if you need to own a car. This is the climate solution that we have in the industry that we need to rally behind. And we focus on two things at Polestar. First of all, the fact that, like Angela said, we are not seeing that we are progressing on the transition quickly enough to meet the climate crisis. Only 1.5% of the cars rolling around in the world is electrified in 2022. And that is, I think that we in the industry, in fact, are not taking responsibility. We are letting the society down by not pushing for the transition quicker. We also see, of course, that we have to, at the same time as we transition and accelerate really the amount of electric vehicles on the road, that we also start digging into the immense challenges that it means in producing an electric vehicle. And this is where we have set a strategy to go full on climate neutrality in the production and use of the cars, building on circularity, but also really talking about the role of transparency in this. Traceability is a key component, and also at the same time really securing human rights principles and responsible sourcing. And this is, a complex challenge that we need to take on as an industry together. It's so much bigger than Polestar. But what we have done is that even though we're a very young company, we have really been very outspoken on our commitment to this. So we set ourselves a moonshot goal in 2020 that we wanted by 2030 create a fully climate neutral car. And this is going to be a commercial car. It's not some kind of vague concept. It's a car that you as a consumer can buy and drive. It's going to have wheels and a steering wheel. But it's going to be produced in a truly climate neutral way. And we call it the Polestar Zero project. And this project is all about collaboration. We cannot produce this car by ourselves. We need a movement in the industry that will enable us to find materials and also functions like safety functions and so on, that builds on innovation so that it can be produced in a climate neutral way. We are seeing great movements towards low carbon materials, like for aluminium and steel. The industries are doing a lot to decarbonize and will hopefully be able to deliver low carbon solutions from the mid of the decade. But to go for full climate neutrality, it will take much more. It means, for example, that we have to figure out how to produce aluminium without direct emissions from that process. And that's where we in the industry really needs to finance research and support innovators that needs to be able to scale up within this decade. So in Polestar 0, that's what we are focusing on now, setting up research projects together with, for example, SSAB, Swedish steelmaker, Norsk Hydro, who produces aluminium, Plastics Omni from China, and so on. And we need more OEMs, more car companies to join this journey. We would love for all car companies to set this target for themselves as well. I think that would inspire a healthy competition on this area.
Thank you, Fredrika. I'm picking up on two words that you used repeatedly there: collaboration and innovation. And I think that's the need of the hour across all sectors, and I think that's what we need to bank on to move forward. I don't think we can stress enough about OEMs, oil companies, and others as well, right? How we structure those collaborations and move forward, right? I mean, what is needed? Angela, I just want you to reflect on, what you think these collaborations can look like, right? And what do we need to do like now, so that, we can actually get on that curve that we all are working towards?
This is a dangerous question because I can talk about this all day. I'm not going to, but I could. But there's a few things, really, when we say collaboration. And it's a word we throw around a lot, but it has not lost value. I'm a bit scared that it becomes like, it's just a buzzword. It doesn't mean anything. It means everything. It really does. And a few things. I love Fredrika's point of view that, we can compete on other things, but we need to collaborate on some, yeah? We can compete on designing the best looking car and sell it the best, but we actually do need to see collaboration. What would happen if the entire force of the automotive industry came together and said, like, these are the criteria we will place on our tier one supplier? This is how much renewable aluminum, steel, cast iron we will need. This is how much renewable energy we will need to produce the iron. What would that look like? What would it look like if all automotive manufacturers came together and said, when it comes to batteries, we recognize this is a huge problem. This is the transparency we need. This is the type of production we need. It's like with anything else, it requires scale, and we need enough volume to be able to make the demands that will push other industries faster. Because make no mistake about it, this is not about the automotive industry alone. It's cross-sectorial, and we need to see these collaborations up and down the value chain. At the end of the day, everything comes back to energy, right? It's someone said in a different panel, it's probably from Scania actually. It's energy, stupid. That's what it is, and he was absolutely right. That's what we need to see. But we also need, if we're going to produce only electric vehicles, we need the charging infrastructure that goes with it. Who's going to install all of that? That means the grid needs to be ready for a full electric fleet. Who's going to work with that? So up and down the value chain to find the solutions to enable the transition. Otherwise, it's going to be Fredrika and her colleagues talking about electric vehicles until they're blue in the face. But it's not actually going to happen unless we see the whole value chain working together to a common goal. And finally, it cannot only be collaboration for systematic change, developing vehicles that will be ready 2035, or funding things that we also need to talk about, okay, what can we do today? Like if we put our heads together, what can we achieve 2023? Because 2050, 2060, net zero whenever, that's not the most urgent target. We need 43% reduction by 2030, preferably more. Or it doesn't much matter what goal we have for 2050 because we already missed it. So what can we do in 2025, 2027, by 2030 that will significantly reduce emissions? Those are the topics we need to discuss, and we need to put aside a bit of the I'm trying to say this in a diplomatic way now, but let's not argue about 1.5, 1.8, 2.5. Does it matter? I feel it's too close. I'm not much enjoying the 1.3 degree increase we have now, right? I could do without the floods and the fires and the drought. So it's not about getting stuck in those details. It's about seeing what can we do today and in the coming few years to significantly reduce emissions, preferably in a just and equitable way, so everyone is on board with this transition.
You raise such good points, and there are so many branches that I want to go towards. The first thing I'm going to pick Rebecca's mind on is we need to scale up whatever we are doing in a really big way. We need to bring in, like, as Angela mentioned, decarbonization of energy needs to happen at, like, a greater scale, which requires, of course, innovation, and all this needs financing, right? So what do you think are the innovations or, the support that financing is, where the financing is required, obviously in all sectors, but, if you can reflect on, those elements, right, what do you have in your mind, that we can do different than we haven't been doing on those elements, yeah.
Yeah, we're entering really huge times of disruptions. Like, so now it's predicted that in just 10 years from now, 40% of Fortune 500 companies will no longer exist. Like, let that sink in. Like, in 10 years, 40% of Fortune 500 companies. So we're entering enormous times of disruptions, and we all need to disrupt ourselves into better versions of ourselves, right? And simultaneously, sustainability is becoming this major business disruptor together with digitization. And if you look at literally any sector, the sustainable segment within that industry will be the most fast-growing segment, right? And we will see an exponential increase in demand, supply, and also competition, company to company, based on sustainability. So of course, we're already there in a sense, but in order to stop climate change fast enough, then we all need to transition. And when Citibank, when we had the Paris Agreement, they just looked into, how much of the known fossil reserves needs to stay in the ground in order for us to be able to meet the Paris Agreement. Now we know of 3,000 gigatons of CO2 equivalents, right? And 90% of that needs to stay in the ground. So that means a value of $100 trillion that goes up in smoke, or more literally cannot go up in smoke. It doesn't mean we can't have a flourishing economy, but we need to fully shift all investments from fossil to renewable, and in order to power this sector, of course, as well. I say +1 very much on everything that was just said before as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything that we're sharing today has that resonating effect. And I want to go back to one thing that Angela said, is it's good that we have a long-term goal, 2040, 2050, but I think it's really important to break it down to sizable portions that we can actually understand. I mean, when you put, for me, when I see too many zeros on a number, I stop making sense for me, right? I mean, so break it down into 3-year goals, as you said, right? I mean, so between 2022 and 2030, there could be 3 phases of goals that we can set for ourselves, so that we have something to look forward to in the meantime as well, right? So there's so much that we can do today. And I think I want Fredrika to reflect a little bit on, what we can do now, what the industry should be doing right now, so that, we get on the best possible climate change curve, right? I mean, let's forget what it might look like, what degree it is, right? So what can we do now?
The most important things that we need to do now is really to take full responsibility and accountability as businesses and set targets in line with the science, targets in line with IPCC's 1.5 pathway. There are many companies saying that this cannot be achieved. They're pointing to the science-based targets, for example, which means that, if there's not a standard for your industry in the science-based targets initiative, you can wait with setting targets. And what I really would love everyone to understand is that we have the ability to set targets based on IPCC's science. So that's what we have done at Polestar. We have allocated a budget for ourselves that will enable us to only emit as much as we are allowed to if we take our share of the carbon budget that the world has left. And that means that for all of the coming programs that we are working on, and also our current ones, we have clear broken down CO2 targets that we cannot go above. For example, on Polestar 2, the car that we currently have on the market, we also have Polestar 3 now coming in, but on Polestar 2 as an example, we are working every year to decrease the carbon footprint of that car. So we just, in this new model year update, we were able to shave off 1 ton of CO2, bringing it down from 26 tons initially via 25 ton last year and now 24 tons. And that is something that we do because we have set clear targets that our designers and engineers and buyers really can take up as a challenge. And that is what I would love every OEM to do now, to commit really to strict targets for themselves and also to communicate these targets so that other OEMs dare to do the same thing. Then we will see collective action happen. We will not have to set up, huge organizations that can enable collaboration in a very fluffy way and basically just give us the, an opportunity for greenwashing by saying that we collaborate. No, we will instead secure that we have aligned strategies and that we keep up the same pace. And then we can, utilize what Rebecca is talking about, the power of business to really see exponential change within their industries, where we have so many examples to build on. So that's what I would love for everyone to do now, from now in 2022, set strict targets on CO2 in line with the IPCC science.
That's fantastic. I think that's very clear, to the point, and we, it just makes so much sense. Along with motivating your, other OEMs, and giving them a mandate, an agenda that they can act on. What you're doing, communicating is what you said, communicating to other OEMs, communicating to the end customer as to what you're doing, what is the carbon footprint of your car, that I would assume will go a long way too. I mean, if I was looking at an EV, and then I would be really thrilled to go down to that level of detail and to understand, is it just, especially coming from India, which is, the energy grid is pretty dirty still. So it would go a long way to know that, even in the manufacturing of the vehicle, all this has been taken into consideration. So how does Polestar, make this information easily available to their customer? Is there like a, or is there like a policy or a mechanism or a directive from the EU or the US, to make this information available?
No, we don't have any harmonized standard. And that's also kind of a reason for many OEMs to not do this, because they are pointing to the fact that there is no harmonized way to do this. But when we started developing our first car, we realized, there is standards for how to do life cycle assessments, and you can do that in a very transparent way. You can publish the full methodology of how you have calculated the carbon footprint of your product. So we just decided that is what we would set out to do. So when we delivered our first electric car, Polestar 2, to the market in 2020, we also published the carbon footprint and the full methodology with how we had calculated that, so that consumers and anyone else could see this number and read up on this. We also put out a call to action when we did that for other OEMs to do the same. Maybe not just start a very complicated process of harmonizing our methodologies, but really to just publish their methodologies, because this at least would build the ground from where we could then harmonize. Car consumers, a large share of them actively distrust the automotive industry for very good reasons, Dieselgate and so on. We believe that transparency and being very honest about our challenges, like the fact that an electric car still has a carbon footprint, is key to secure that we build trust with the consumers, so that they trust this more sustainable solution that we are offering to them, that they trust that it indeed is more sustainable, and that they have, the inspiration and the information they need to be able to take this leap in their everyday life of switching from a fossil fuel car. That means you need to, build your everyday life based on that type of car, to an electric car. That means that you have to make some shifts in your everyday life. We cannot expect them to do that without really knowing why they are doing it. So that's our whole take on this. And we've only gotten positive response. Only. We only get positive feedback on this type of information from customers, media, all kinds of stakeholders. So it might seem like a daunting thing to do for a lot of OEMs, but I can really encourage them and say that it's going to land well. Full honesty always wins.
Yeah. Agreed. It can be difficult, but I think that goes a long way. I just want to quickly come back to Angela and ask her. She's set a legacy as a transport champion for the UN. If I was going to ask you, what would you like to see between 2022 and when we meet again at COP next year, right? What would you like to see for the high-level champion to champion as a cause? What would you leave them to think about?
The wish list is very, very long. I would hope that negotiations, here, right now, but also during the full year until we meet again at COP28, I'd hope to see governments come together to figure out what they can do to enable this transition, what needs to be done. I would wish the negotiations would be focused on solutions, because there are so many solutions coming from the business community, from NGOs, not only about framing the problem, but just find the solutions and find the ways to scale them and to implement them. And then finally, I would love to see the manufacturers come together, sit down at a table, obviously with lawyers present, so everything is the way it should be. But I would love to see the manufacturers sit down at a table and say, okay, we don't need to agree on everything. We don't need to agree on end device. We don't need to agree on much. But can we agree to invest together in charging infrastructure? Can we agree together to harmonize standards for LCA? Can we agree to invest in renewable energy? There are, of course, always things to agree on. Right. Let's do that. Let's not focus on what we disagree on. Let's focus on where we actually do want to work together and invest in that.
Rebecca, do you want to come in? Is there anything that's sitting in your mind that you want to share?
Yeah, I mean, the greatest thing about COP is what we do at home, so we have something to bring to COP, right? This is the thing all the time. So I think what we really need to do to a much larger extent is to use sustainability science as a blueprint for innovation. And it's a great example to not just talk about EV, but like, what does science say? Science says we need to be fully climate neutral. Okay, then a car needs to be fully climate neutral. Then we also need to work with biodiversity and all of the planetary boundaries to a much greater extent than we are doing today. And of course, that's not part of COP, but at home, this is what we must do, right? UN did this survey, 400 large corporations of like, which SDGs do you work with? 2% were working with biodiversity, and we know that is even worse out there. So we need to work with going fully climate neutral. We need to work with regenerative. We need to work with fully circular, and we know like these three must be the basis of the innovation work we do at home. Yeah.
No, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. I think we're right about time now, so I'm going to just try to sum up everything that I've heard from these three amazing women. And thank you for having me as a moderator on a full woman panel. It's always a pleasure. Always the right energy and vibes. So if I can, what I'm going to take away from this is we've come a far way, but I don't think we can be complacent right now. There's still a long way to go. We cannot take a breather. We need to act now. We need to break down the targets into more achievable between now and 2040. We need to be transparent. We need to communicate effectively with our competitors. We need to communicate effectively with our consumers so that we can get innovation and we can work towards better solutions. And today being Solutions Day at COP, it can't be like, more, feeding into the rest of the day and your thought processes is, how we can build those solutions for a better and brighter future. So that with that, I'd like to thank everybody who's been listening here in person and also virtually. And thank you, these amazing three women. And thank you, Fredrika, for joining in virtually and giving your excellent feedback and suggestions and your insights to this as well. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Professor Johan Rockström, for your valuable reflections and also for bringing a small window of hope by bringing carefully positivity despite the low expectations prior to the conference. And I can not only agree more with you and also confirm what you just shared, that the stakeholders that are here and that are also here in the Swedish pavilion and of course also in the German pavilion, which is right next to us here at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, they are calling for actions, they're calling for raised ambitions, and they're calling for implementation and better preconditions so that we can scale and accelerate the innovative solutions that we have in place for other countries where they are needed and demanded. And also the companies that are participating here with us in the Swedish pavilion and that are here at COP27, they are on board, as you mentioned, Johan Rockström, and they are backing up the negotiations and aware of that the time is now and that the race is on, and they are ready to collaborate with others, such as the stakeholders in Germany, to together make the green transition the greatest collab in human history. And this is what we've been doing for the last 2 weeks here at COP27, where we've been bringing some of the most front-running companies and stakeholders from public and private sector, academia, and civil society to together showcase and discuss best practice examples in the areas of finance and policy and innovations that is needed to accelerate the green transition and to achieve the Paris Agreement. So thank you very much, Johan Rockström, for your valuable reflections and contributions. And also, of course, thank you so much for participating throughout these 2 weeks in our events and important meetings. With that, I would like, of course, to welcome our distinguished delegates in Berlin. And I'm really happy, as I mentioned, that we've had the pleasure to have the German pavilion right next to us. And my name is Modéer Wiking, and I'm head of sustainability at Business Sweden. And it's my absolute pleasure today to moderate this session on transition to a green and circular economy. And with me here in Sharm el-Sheikh, I have a distinguished panel with some pioneering companies. And I would like to first of all introduce you to Jan Svärd, who is the CEO of EasyMining, which is an innovative company specialized in closing the nutrient cycles and also driving the new and circular material flows in a more efficient commercial way. I would also like to welcome Gilles Tisserand, who is the Vice President for Climate and Biodiversity at Tetra. And Tetra is a world-leading company with solutions for processing and packaging and also distribution of food products. Welcome. Last but not least, I have Pia Berglund, who is Director for Public Affairs at Einride, which is the Swedish mobility company that has not only pioneered the digital and the electric mobility, but also the autonomous movements of goods. Welcome to you as well. And Pia, you revolutionized the world a few years ago when you launched the first electric and autonomous vehicle on public roads. And also, quite recently, you entered the German market as the first market in Europe outside of Sweden. And tell me, what motivated that decision, and why is the German-Swedish collaboration intriguing to you?
Thank you, Emma, and thank you for having us here. And of course, the most evident is, of course, Germany is being the biggest market in Europe. Of course, that is of big interest to us. But when we started our journey only 6 years ago, transforming the logistics sector, we started with some really brave companies. And these companies, of course, also have Germany as their home base, many of them. So, of course, we want to go with their customers where they are. I would say the third reason is, of course, that for us, you often say, go to America. If you make it in America, you can make it anywhere. That will, for the automotive industry in Europe, be Germany, of course. That's the home of the car, of the trucks. So, of course, that's an honor for us to come there and try to really influence and transform that market together with Germany, the German authorities and the German government, as well as with our customers.
If we look ahead, Sweden next year will hold the presidency of the Council of the EU, and Sweden will of course push a lot and drive the green transition agenda, which is also a priority for Germany, of course. And could you just elaborate a little bit what Einride possibly could support Germany in their green transition and also reach their climate targets and NDCs?
So as I said, when we started 6 years ago and we have gone to Germany with customers, we have just during this last year, I would say, of course, with the Ukraine crisis, found that the solutions we offer actually can, reduce emissions here now, 2022. I would say that governments have a bigger interest today in that question. It's not just a customer question. We can, by using data to make transportation sector much, much, much more energy efficient, actually say that. So I would say the interest for us in Germany from the government has increased. We are going to deploy charger systems around for heavy-duty vehicles around Germany. And of course, we are liaising heavily with the government, but as well as actually they're very, they really like to invite us as being partners and discuss with them, influence subsidy systems, regulation for autonomous. They've been very, very welcoming to us as a company. And for that, of course, we would like to thank the German government. And it's been very welcoming, so I would like to express that as well. They're really pushing also EU ahead, I would say, when it comes to challenging some of the old legislations, state aid guidelines. So we like that.
Indeed we do. Thank you, Pia. I will go back to you with more questions within shortly, but first I would like to turn to you, Gilles, at Tetra Pak. Tell me, how are you contributing to circularity, and what kind of future opportunities do you see to accelerate this agenda?
Thank you. When you think of Tetra Pak, I think many people know our company because of the packaging, but today I will not talk about packaging only. I actually want to explain what we do, because we have a clear positioning within the food systems. We deliver equipments that manage to process oats into milk, as I've seen with the Oatly product there. We transform ice cream, even foie gras and cheese, right? So we have a responsibility within the food systems, and the way we are looking into circularity is not only about to think about the end of the package, it's really about coming back to the philosophy behind circular economy. And if you think about it, circular economy is about the efficient use of resources. So the lowest use of materials you can have, which is what we think about when we design new package. It's about the lowest use of consumables. So when our customers, thinking the German customers like DMK, Immer Goods, what we deliver is low water usage, low energy machine, so that we can bring the highest efficiency. So one concrete example is that we are right now pushing on the market solutions where our customers in the dairy world, in the juice world, plant-based world can reuse 99% of the water they usually use in their process. So that's a way to reduce the use of raw materials, right? And we push forward that philosophy around circularity also when it comes to ingredients. So we are working with Swedish startups, Swiss startups, Israeli startups to really rethink how we can use food ingredient waste into new raw materials that you can use in food, that you can use in cosmetics. So really the idea that we are pushing forward when we think about circular economy at Tetra Pak is reducing as much as possible the use of new materials and providing as many cycles as possible. So that's the footprint that we're aiming to have right now on the market. And having that mindset is challenging. It's a new way of thinking the business, but what matters is that it brings value across the whole value chain, and circular economy equals business growth, equals sustainability improvement all across, starting with climate.
Thank you, Gilles. And also what Pia alluded to, that Germany is really pushing the circular agenda, and we have been talking a lot about innovation and of course finance and of course policies needed to scale the green transition and the circular transition and agenda. And what do you think is required to create a more enabling policy environment to continue to scale the circular innovations? Some of them you just mentioned.
And I think when we listen to what is happening right now at the COP, obviously there's lots of discussion around climate per se, right? But if we look at all the pavilions that are around us, there's the food system pavilion here, there's the water pavilion there, so we start to see that there's But climate change is not about climate only, right? It's about sustainability overall. It impacts people. So what we are pushing at Tetra Pak is really pushing policymakers to integrate within the policy, within the NDCs, key criteria around the reporting, the measurement of food waste, of deforestation. So we need to have an encompassing, holistic view of sustainability within the mandatory disclosing and reporting that will apply to big companies like us and certainly the smaller, young, scale-up startups of the world, because disclosing reporting is the best starting way to take actions. So our call to the policymaker is go beyond climate when it comes to the NDC.
Thank you so much, Gilles. I would like to hand over to you, Jan. And Germany is a very important market to you. And I wonder in what way Germany has taken the lead in the circular economy within your field.
Absolutely, yeah. So EasyMining is doing what Mr. Rockström says is two products that is exceeding the planetary boundaries. One is phosphorus and the other one is nitrogen. And we work with both of those. And Germany has done a really good thing to move on. In 2017, there was a law installed in Germany that you have to recover phosphorus. But of course, they gave it to 2029, so quite a long time. But that, of course, triggered us to say that, okay, this is our first market to go in with a phosphorus solution. And we found a partner in Germany, is a big utility called Gelsenwasser, and we work very close with them to build a plant in Skopau, south of Berlin.
Fantastic. Can you tell us a little bit more about that collaboration and other partnerships that you have in Germany?
Absolutely. So and this is phosphorus, and you know, phosphorus is a really important raw material for agriculture. If you don't use it, then plants and harvests will go down in production with 50% or so. And the problem, of course, in Germany, that they realized in 17 already, that they are importing 55% of this from Russia. And Europe only has 10% of its need produced in Europe, and that's in one mine in Finland. Rest is then important from the rest of the world. So this is, of course, good that they started early and gave it a long time. So very important issue. The other one I want to mention is nitrogen, which is a new solution for us. We have it in a demonstration plant in Denmark, but I think this is a perfect fit also for the German market. It is, nitrogen is produced with gas and air as raw materials, so it's extremely carbon dioxide intensive. And also, when you use it in wastewater treatment plants, it emits laughing gas or nitrous oxide, which is even more potent as a greenhouse gas. So, researchers say this is about 7% of the whole greenhouse gas emissions globally. So it's a big effort, and we have something that is going to commercialization next year. So we are looking for further partners in Germany, of course, which we think is going to be an important market, both in engineering and in plants.
Fantastic. And it's clear that the innovations that you're describing is truly needed, and you see several opportunities, not least in Germany, to contribute to their circular agenda. But do you see any challenges or any concerns?
Yes. So the issue is, of course, Germany has taken this, so sticks and carrots is needed for innovations. I think that is, somebody says you need to marry the negotiations with the innovations a bit. That would be a great thing for COP going forward. But, for example, our phosphorus product, that is the cleanest product that you can do, much cleaner than the ones that come from Russian mines, much cleaner than the things that comes from Morocco. Is not allowed to use where it is best, like in animal feed and so on. And this is a legislation that was based on a linear system and, of course, from the 80s. So legislators need to think, a whole legislation is built on that you should be linear, and legislation needs to be rebuilt to make it circular.
Indeed. And unfortunately, we are actually closing to our ending on this panel, but also actually on the negotiations taking place here at COP27. And Pia, you and your colleagues at Einride, you've been here for the 2 weeks that the COP conference has been going on, and you've been following, of course, the negotiations closely, and you also participating in a number of panels and meetings throughout these 2 weeks. Is there anything that stood out for Einride during these weeks?
So I would like to touch on 2 points, and of course I think the most obvious one, because people sometimes question why you fly into these kind of conferences. You have an obligation to listen, and I think Mr. Rockström explained that very well, that we also taken the opportunity to meet with the civil society, we met with the UN Women, so I think that's an obligation you have to those people actually suffering from climate crisis. The second one I would also like to pick up from his introduction is that someone said in the panel there's an inflation in net zero promises, accountability and delivery. And for companies like Einride that has primary data and work with a digital product, that is actually what we're offering our customers. It's time to hold us responsible, hold us accountable, and customers, investors, governments, NGOs, we need to show on the table what we're delivering. It's no more talking, now it's time to do.
Thank you, Pia. And Gilles, what are your reflections from the conference?
I would like to build on what Pia just said. I think accountability is key. So if we go back in time, we've indeed seen this inflation of net zero ambitions and 1.5 degree plan from companies, but also from states, right? But I think everybody realizes that now it's time to actions, because when we look at the ambition versus the investment plan, we are not there. So I think that is something that we have kept on hearing. Now, if I take a step back and I think about Tetra back and again our business field, which is food system, I must say that I was glad to see how important the topic of food has been put on the table during that COP27. So there's not only 3-4 pavilion about that one, but I think we all have realized the impact of food system, which is 1/4 of the greenhouse gas emissions. It's a highly dysfunctional industry, because 1/3 of the food is wasted or lost at a time where many people suffer from malnutrition. So if we manage to fix the food systems, we will reduce a lot the greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, we will have a positive impact on the communities, because that's also one of the key thematic that we've heard here. Climate change is not about climate. Climate is about people, communities, and businesses. The last takeaway that I want to put forward here is also that we have heard a lot about how nature and nature-based solutions can be part of the solutions. Because forest is actually the best natural way to capture carbon. We need to protect them, we need to restore them. And that's part of the theme that we have seen, and that is being pushed by the countries. So the deforestation pledge that many countries took last year, there has been a revival of that pledge. From the 12 billion that were announced last year, already close to 3 billion euros have been spent on the protection of the forest, and I think this is very key. So I started by talking about actions. Well, we start to see actions also on the side of biodiversity and nature, which I think is very critical.
Thank you. Jan, what are your reflections from the conference?
So I have also 2 then. One, of course, which is kind of interesting for me, there's been a few times on this. I see the Americans are really on this time. This is a huge difference compared to 2 years ago. They are around everywhere and challenging everybody to do at least as much as they do. So that's a new thing, at least for me. And I think that will help the cause a lot. If they are not on, it's not going to happen, my view. Then the other thing is, of course, we are here, and this position we have in this pavilion is quite good, because we have Germany next door, as you mentioned. On that side, we have a food pavilion. And on that side, over there is a water pavilion. So I think the understanding that, you know, it's not just about energy production, which is very important, but, you know, it's as much about production of products, and it's about recycling, and that this agriculture, food, water, you know, and nutrients is really there. And I hope it's going to grow to the next COP.
Thank you for those reflections. And if I understand you right here, you are sharing a little bit what Rockström also said initially, that he's carefully positive from this conference. And the reflections are truly interesting and inspiring. But if throughout these now last hours of negotiations and of this conference, what would be your key messaging, and also that you would like these negotiators to think about? And also, what would you like the last hours of negotiations to focus on? Really shortly. Start with you, Jan.
Yeah, it's of course very hard because we don't know what the documents look like now at all. So, but I think deliverables from Glasgow to now, I think that would be very important, and also this expanding role of climate gas reductions, that is not just about energy production.
Thank you. Gilles.
Well, I think you said it all. So I think it's about delivering. My message to the policymaker, to the negotiator, is that they can count on many companies, starting by the one that are presented at Business Sweden, and I'm sure that in the German panel. So we are here to enable the transition. What we need is clear guidance. We need actually the legislations to make it happen, so that we can all accelerate. So you can count on businesses to go to the 1.5 max, to go to net zero. That's my message.
Thank you. And last words from you, Pia.
Thank you. And of course, we also touch upon that in introduction, is the funding of those that have a longer way to walk. And I think that's, we have to find a way of solving. It's easy to say we're in a country like Sweden, we can't afford it. I mean, for real. I mean, let's get this together, because everybody's a winner here. Gender, poverty, the planet. I mean, there's no losers. So, I mean, I would act governments, just do it. Just take out the wallet and do it, because we have to do it. It's like there's no other answer than just do it, actually.
Thank you so much.
I'm a bit angry.
No, it's great. No other answers and no other options. And on that note, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you so much for these pioneering companies to participating today. Thank you, Pia Berglund, the Public Affairs Director at Einride. Thank you, Gilles Tisserand, the Vice President of Climate Diversity on Tetra. And thank you, Jan Svärd, CEO of EasyMining. Thank you, of course, everyone in Berlin tuning into this, and thank you everyone participating in the pavilion here today, and also thank you for the participants joining us from the German pavilion sitting here in the pavilion as well. So with that, thank you so much for participating, thank you so much for these inspiring words, and let's now together pioneer the possible. Over to you, Lisa, in Berlin.
Hello, dear friends. Warm welcome to this event called Opportunities and Challenges of Implementing an Internal Carbon Price. And special thanks for the audience at the home offices or offices around the world, but also, of course, for all the COP27 participants. My name is Tuuli Koskinen and I come from Climate Leadership Coalition, and I'll moderate this dialogue today. The topic of today is carbon pricing, and that's of course something businesses have been saying already for years, that we would like to have a carbon price, we would like to have, if possible, a global carbon price. And at the same time we know that that's something to dream of, that's something to work for, but we are not yet there. So there are many different kind of carbon pricing systems globally under the work of governments and regions. But then there are also these internal carbon pricing systems we are talking today. So there are pioneering companies who have implemented internal carbon prices and having a look at how that supports the way to a zero carbon world. We have three great panelists here at the venue. Anders Kärrberg is Head of Sustainability from Volvo Cars. Welcome. Sherif Tawfik is GM Sustainability MEA for Microsoft. And then we have Amir Sokolowski, Global Director for Climate Change at CDP. Welcome all of you. And then we might have, at some point, yes, we have. Warm welcome Peter Spiller, partner from McKinsey. We can hear you well and we can see you well, so that's great. Welcome.
Hello to Egypt.
Perfect. So let's start with Volvo. Volvo Cars has now been working with this topic of internal carbon pricing for a while, introduced a system, and probably we should start with the facts like, why did you do that? There are other ways to work with climate change within company as well, but how did you end up carbon pricing system?
There are mainly two reasons. The first reason is to prepare for the future. Today it is almost for free to emit CO2. That will not be the case in the future. We foresee that a company, it will be expected from governments, from consumers and NGOs, and also from the financial market that you actually pay for your emissions. And we're seeing that already today partially coming. We have in Europe the ETS system, the emissions trading system, where it today costs 75 euros per ton to emit CO2. We see the Commission being very aggressive in their new policies, one being the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjusted Mechanism, where they will put a tariff on imports to Europe to level out the CO2 footprint of a product. So the climate policy by 2040, it's likely that companies actually have to pay. The second big reason for doing this is to make a shift in the internal culture. If you put a price on something, if something costs, you get a lot more attention from all levels, all the way up to the CEO, when you talk about money instead of emissions. And maybe there's a third reason as well, and it's our experience at least that it works. It actually is effective.
Quite good reasons to work with that. Globally, about 23% of carbon emissions is under some kind of pricing mechanisms. And we can think that it's not enough, or we can at the same time think it's actually quite a big part of the emissions globally. You are now bringing one kind of a little piece into that cake. How are you doing it? Like, what's the way, how the system with Volvo will be working or is working?
Yeah, you're right. We have about a quarter of global emissions are under a price, and normally that price is very cheap. We have set the price on 1,000 Swedish crowns, basically $100 per ton, and we apply it now initially in 3 areas. First of all, it's in the negotiations with suppliers. We actually calculate their CO2 footprint of the product they offer we factor it into the price that they are offering. The second area is in car projects, where we adjust the profitability of the car project based on its CO2 emissions. So cars that appear to be very profitable, large SUVs, have a bigger CO2 footprint, then they are, that profitability is adjusted versus a small car, which may be not so profitable, but it has very low CO2 emissions. And the third area is in investments. It's a mandatory component when you decide on investments above $10 million. So that's the 3.
And actually your own price is going above the levels even suggested by World Bank, OECD, IMF. They are going around $75 in their suggestions or recommendations. So in that sense, they're doing well. Then there is another company which has been working with this even longer time. Microsoft started their own system already 2012, you said? So it's 10 years anniversary this year. So loads of experiences. How is your system working, Sherif, Tawfik?
Sure, thank you. So we started this carbon fee, as you said, in 2012. So over a decade leveraging this system. Initially, we wanted to land accountabilities on different business units first, also incentivize the reduction and fund our removal engagements. So we landed this as an internal fee that each and every business unit, so we have the cloud, the business unit that runs our data centers. We have the gaming business unit that manufactures Xbox and sell it to the consumer. We have the devices business unit that sells the Surface devices, as well as our consumer and market and sales organization. So each business unit would pay for a central procurement the fees that is equivalent to the carbon emissions that each business unit was responsible on. Initially, we had this for only scope 1 and 2 and the air travel. And 2 years back, we decided to include all scopes, so all emissions across the 3 scopes. When we set back in 2012, it was a flat fee, roughly $10 in 2012. But 3 years back, we adjusted it to be multiple thresholds. So we have it as $15 for electricity, $100 for the aviation, for the travel, and $8 for everything else. This is below the market price of removal. Having said that, from an economics point of view, it's aligned with the availability of the supply in the market, because the supply of offsets in the market is very limited. So that's why we adjusted the price internally to make sure that we just pay for what we purchase in terms of offsets. And again, it helped in landing accountability. To your point, when you have a dollar association, then business leaders for each and every business department would be much more accountable for their emissions and much more incentivized for reduction. And for the remaining, we use the central procurement to purchase offsets from the market on that.
So when you traveled here, your division will pay to the central unit, who will then buy some credits?
$100 a ton.
Okay. So these are actually quite different type of systems, these two. One the Volvo has and one for Microsoft. But in both cases, there is pricing mechanism in there. Peter Spiller from McKinsey has been working with many companies in these topics. How do you see setting an internal carbon price is, of course, only one mechanism for companies. There are probably you have a set of recommendations when working with companies and different kind of options. When is carbon pricing the right way to go, and when probably something else?
mean, price is obviously the determining variable to support or to steer supply and demand in any market-based economy. And the reason that we ended up where we are with climate change and biodiversity loss and pollution and so on is that there was no price basically to these actions. And hence, I think it is very important to state that having a carbon price overall is good, right? And it's good on a global level, it's good on a regional level, like we've seen in Europe, and it's good on a company level. In a company, a carbon price can help to put a clear value to emissions, or to actions that influence emissions, to guide decisions. We've heard that from Anders, guide trade-offs, and to elevate the overall awareness on like carbon as a currency, carbon as something that where there's value attached. Now, for a system, carbon steering system to be strong, a few elements need to be in place. I mean, the first one is that there's a real embedding into the decision-making processes in a company. Sourcing decisions, R&D decisions, pricing decisions need to be influenced really by the carbon price. So it cannot be usually just a shadow price. It needs to be some real internal fee, as we have also heard from Volvo and Microsoft. It also needs to reflect the actual abatement cost. So if the price is too low or it's not differentiated enough, then it just cannot unfold its value. And at the same time, it needs to be simple, and understood. Otherwise, a carbon price is not embraced by the organization. Now, there's obviously other measures as well. Simple KPIs. The amount of carbon that you're willing to accept with a ton of steel, or carbon targets for new products that you're developing that can only kind of be below a certain threshold. What we typically see is that all these different carbon steering mechanisms come together. Ultimately, the most important element is that this notion of carbon having a value and a cost associated with it is really embedded into the decision making, into the mindsets, into the actions of the people. And a carbon price is for sure one of the primary mechanisms to achieve that.
Thank you very much. Very insightful. If you compare companies, in what kind of situation a company should and could have a look at carbon pricing as a emission reduction mechanism, and when would it be something else?
So I think like for any company, internal carbon price actually makes sense to think about. If you are and you, as I said, right, you always want to build other KPIs on it, also leading KPIs that basically help steer the decision making in the different functions. When you are on a net zero strategy, you may explore not just the carbon price, but even absolute carbon budgets that you give to in a car industry example to a car project, or to any other product that you are launching, because ultimately the price is a somewhat indirect steer to something that we want to achieve here, which is like net zero and total reduction, absolute reduction of the emissions. So other mechanisms like absolute budgets, carbon budgets allocated to functions, to projects, to kind of activities, maybe even a better means to reach net zero for companies that have set an absolute net zero target.
Thank you. Actually, this question of budget, carbon budget or cap, is quite important when talking about carbon pricing. From the kind of public sector systems, we know that, for example, EU ETS is based on cap, and that's why the price has found its kind of right level. And at the moment, EU is even go below the original cap, and that's why EVP Timmermans just announced that they will be able to reduce their global target with 2%, which is actually quite a lot. But coming back to companies, Amir Sokolowski, you work with Carbon Disclosure Project, and you see a lot of reporting, how companies then report back after these actions. How carbon pricing is seen in this reporting part?
First of all, thank you for having me. Second of all, I just do this quite quickly, usually when I'm on a panel. Who here knows what CDP actually does? Because I think that's... You'd be pleased to know that's a significantly higher percentage than most panels I've sat on. So for those that don't, CDP is the globally largest collector of self-reported environmental data. And to give context to what I'm saying, not as a plug for CDP, who is also an NGO and mission-driven, we had reporting in 2022 of over 55% of global market capitalization in terms of companies. To give that context, of 18,700 companies, it is an indictment of my aging and deteriorating vision that I can't actually see just by glancing down and actually have to pick up my notebook. I'm sorry. We have, in 2020, 853 companies out of 9,600 with an internal carbon pricing. And at the time, sorry to use numbers, 1,159 without, but we will in 2 years, which is an option they can put. In 2022, this year, 1,418, so a sizable increase, but of twice the number of companies. And so the percentage goes down, and planning in coming years is 2,237. The reason I give the numbers of both is to say that, and this is in context of other questions that I'm sure will come up, companies tend to overpromise and not always integrate what they say they will do. The numbers do not add up when it comes to how many have said 2 years ago they would have it within 2 years and actually have it now. I can continue, but there are more. I will let you.
That's quite an important point, that you have to do what you say. How actually then carbon pricing kind of, in practice, how do you see and what's the way the reporting shows the carbon pricing?
So the main points that we take is how much coverage is there. I'll skip the scope 1, 2, and 3. Most will say scope 1 out of those that are reporting. Of scope 3, 34%. But we don't compare the companies to say which do all 3. So we have a separate question. 25% of companies, 360 only. So 25 of those that reported a carbon price say that they cover all scopes. That's the first important statistic. The second important statistic, I have a very impressive list of exactly why they use it and how they use it and what for. But the truth of the matter is usually for planning. Right? There are 3 main ways in which you can implement a carbon pricing. I call them past, present, future. So past is implicit price. How much does it cost me already so I know to calculate my steps? Present is a fund. I will pay $100 per ton and use it for a fund, certainty of funding. And future is a shadow price, of course. Most of them use it for planning, 70%. There are other subcategories. They all come to the same thing, investment in low carbon. There are other like behavior change that you've mentioned and so on. 64% is a shadow price. Only 18% is internal price. So.
Thank you so much. There you can see that the mechanisms really vary from each other. Sherif, we already referred to the fact that you have been working with this for 10 years. Quite many lessons learned during those years. What are your most important kind of learnings that should and could be heard by those who are thinking to do carbon pricing internally?
I think the first one is definitely not enough. Carbon fee on its own is not enough mechanism to drive your accountability towards net zero. There is so many things that you need to consider while driving, to your point, behavioral changes within the organization. Product innovation. Your product has to be by design much more emissions friendly or less emissions. You have to also accelerate the push that you have on your suppliers to make sure that more and more you drive awareness, incentives, and taxation, if possible, on your suppliers. You have to also be much more deliberate in the reporting of that internally as well as externally, and being very transparent around it. And you have to tie it somehow to leaders' compensation. You cannot just expect behavior without tying it to compensation. Compensation drives behavior. So definitely as a vehicle, it's a good starting point, but there are so many other things that you need to drive within the company for you to really move the needle in the net zero journey.
Would you do something differently? What should you have done differently?
I think it's very hard for me to say what we would do differently. There is a piece of the earlier you embark on the digitalization of reporting and the automation of the reporting, the more accurate the data you will have. Hence, you will be able to charge properly on that, because apart from having reliable, transparent, with high integrity digital reporting tools, then there is lots of estimation and proxy mechanisms for you to estimate the carbon fee. So the earlier you embark on digital technologies for the recording and reporting and be transparent about that, the better. Also, I think from a responsibility point of view, if in our case we use the fee, most of the fee actually for offsets purchasing, so we need also to acknowledge our responsibility to create the market of offsets, a market that is also reliable, and by pushing more and more the right standards, the right checks and balances to make sure that this market is growing at the right way and availing the right offsets and the right projects as well. I think this is something that big organizations has a responsibility to create the new markets of removals and offsets.
That's actually a very important point. Also here, the Article 6, 6.2 and 6.4 have been in dialogues, and the good question is that how these systems link to each other, voluntary market and then the official market, and companies drive the market to be established. So very important point from that sense. So start early was probably the first very clear advice, and digitalize early the whole mechanisms. What we heard from CDP is probably clear, that it's through digital channels that this information comes to you. And we know from each and every sustainability head that it's quite a headache to them if it's not done like in easy way. But that's also true. It shouldn't be too challenging. If we go to back to McKinsey, you have seen several of these systems. This question of simplicity and how easy the system should be, you referred that already earlier. How is it made in a way that it's at the same time robust and working and implementable, and also creates impact, but it's somehow easy to and simple to implement?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so a couple of points on this one. I think the first one is that you need to be clear about your strategy and objectives for the internal carbon price. So the first question to answer is, what processes, what decisions are you trying to influence through your carbon price? Is it primarily sourcing decision making, where you want to make sure that the buyer basically is guided in her purchasing decision making by the carbon price, by the carbon content of what she is buying? Or is it the steering of an R&D engineer, an innovator in a company, kind of to guide in which way a new product should be designed? So being clear about these processes is in fact the first step to understand. And with this comes focus as well, right? Because there may be areas that aren't as relevant. We've heard the story from Microsoft where initially it was on travel and a few other categories. So focus helps to simplify, obviously. Then the next decision is around how strong do you want to make the system, right? And obviously, the stronger you make it, the more you basically steer directly with a fee and embedding processes around, rather just using it as a shadow price for information. Yeah, the more kind of complex it gets, and the more like embedded it is in the systems, and hence also less simple it is. At the same time, this is where impact is coming. So there is a bit of a trade-off for sure between simplicity and effectiveness of the system. There's one other important notion around, are we actually talking one carbon price or actually a differentiated carbon price? And obviously, again, a differentiated carbon price is more complex. It's less simple than having just one single carbon price of, for example, 100 euro. I think this is something where companies need to really understand the marginal abatement cost curves, the abatement cost of different measures that they can take. And take the example of an automotive company. For the sales department, the abatement cost is very, very low, right? They basically have to put new EVs on the street, additional EVs, and they can meet their targets, so to say. So the abatement cost there is relatively low. If you think about procurement, having to buy steel or aluminum in a green way, abatement costs are 200, 250, 300 euro. So very different abatement cost, and hence the need for very differentiated carbon prices as well in this context. So there is a bit of a trade-off between simplicity and effectiveness of the system, and getting this right really just requires thinking through what are you exactly trying to achieve, and then finding the right solution to it.
Thank you. I think it took 20 years for EU ETS to be in place where it is right now. So this is really like a difficult question for not only companies, but for governments. And at the same time, hopefully, we have learned quite a lot from each other and each other's mistakes and successes in this journey. How does this sound for Volvo? Do you recognize these questions of what is challenging when creating the system, and how did you work with that?
Absolutely, and also the experience from Microsoft here is fairly similar. For us, first of all, the most important aspect is to know your decision process and know when, where, and how to engage. And the best is to be as early as possible with coming in with a price. You can imagine selecting a steel supplier. It makes a huge difference if you do fossil-free steel versus conventional steel, and if those decisions of selecting suppliers are made very early. So you must get in very, very early. When it comes to decision processes, we have also more or less copied the process for deciding on cost. Follow the cost process and add on CO2. That has been simple, and everyone knows when costs are decided, and to follow that is actually a good advice too. The second complication we have encountered is is data. When you ask a supplier about the CO2 footprint of their component, they don't know. Large suppliers do, but they don't know. And then the discussion becomes very interesting, because then we give them a footprint and say, this is your footprint. And then they wake up and say, oh, is this too high or is it too low? So you treat cost and CO2 in the same manner. This also, of course, relates to your own competence of actually being able to determine the CO2 footprint of a component. That's not easy. So you have to early build up the competence internally with CO2 experts being able to estimate CO2 footprint of various products. We have hundreds of cost engineers that can estimate cost. We have, I won't mention the number, but we are about to get much more professionals, CO2 engineers, being able to do this job, and that's a fundamental thing in doing this. A third thing was also touched upon here. It is about the internal incentives. It must be profitable, or it must be a good thing to do internally. You should have incentives all the way from the CEO down to a project leader, or on a project that CO2 matters, you're measured on it, give me the number, and that's also helps the awareness and the progress of this. Another experience is that do not apply the same model, price model, across the company, because in certain areas it's the shadow price that is most effective. In other areas it's the cap, and a third area, you know, it could be the fund. And I think there are even more variants on how to apply that. So it depends on where you apply it. And then also another advice is do not focus on the price. Set the price. It can be high, it can be low, it can always be adjusted. Don't prolong that discussion. And you see here from Microsoft, they have 3 different levels. We are one to simplify, and we may change that.
Thank you so much. Very, very good points, and very also thoughtful in a sense that we all will learn from that. This data is a good question, and I think for big corporations it's a bit easier. You have get used to, and they are forced to do that in many ways. But of course, when you come to work with these smaller players in the supply chain, it becomes harder. CDP, how do you see that? How the whole value chain can be brought into this game?
So I think, okay, cool. I think that's a very good question. So forgive me for leaning on the wall. I'm not trying to look cool. My back hurts. I apologize. I think supply chain is a very good question in 2 senses. First of all, SMEs, of course, within developed countries. But second of all, you mentioned CBAM earlier on. I think you mentioned it. And in emerging economies or developing countries, that becomes a significantly harder question of how do you collect the data upon which the carbon price is based. So CDP is very deeply involved with an SME hub. We've piloted for 2 years a simpler questionnaire. The same is true for SMEs, and the same is going to be true for developing countries. At the same time, I do appreciate the fact that many times modeled emissions are used. There are growing initiatives for those modeled emissions, and they're improving over time. They're far from being perfect right now, but they are definitely improving as time passes. I did want to mention something else, if I may. CDP works from the concept of the masses like devils and angels. So 20% of companies are angels, and we stand with them. And 20% of companies are devils and don't want to do anything. Most of CDP's impact, and I think most of us are aiming at the 60% in the middle that are neither angels nor devils. And it's important to say a few of the gaps that we have recognized that exist within them that I'm going to attribute neither malintent nor good intent. 73% of companies indicate that they assess risks and opportunities from climate change. 3% incorporate that into their finance. 35% do it in their risk and opportunity assessment. Quite often because they can't. And that's an important question to ask. I also, if I may, and you can say no, would like to comment on a few other things. So everything said here is entirely true. I just want to bring some of it together. SBTi Net Zero Standard discusses a mitigation hierarchy. All 3 of you have alluded to it in one way or another. It's wonderful to have an internal carbon price as an initial, this is how I'm showing that my governance of climate is implemented. But for the more sophisticated that are not yet Volvo and are not yet Microsoft, we have to keep stressing, it becomes a dangerous screen. We have to keep stressing that there is a requirement for governance, that we don't want to see, even if it's $300 that we put in place, we don't want to see a place where that is less than what it would cost to mitigate steel. I don't think that's true any longer for steel, but for whatever it may be. There are many other points, but you're making all of the brilliant points that I have written down, which is both annoying and encouraging. So I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you very much. Would you like to continue, Volvo?
On the integration to finance, that 3% actually integrates it to finance. In the European Union, we are seeing now directives coming out on corporate sustainability reporting, which is going to demand much more from big companies on doing this reporting and actually connecting it to finance. The intent from the Commission is to make financial reporting or sustainability reporting on par with financial. So that we're going to see much more of, and the documents are coming out as we speak.
Thank you for bringing this whole finance point into the discussion, because of course why carbon pricing is done, because we want the finance to flow into the right places, and especially in Europe we now know that actually public sector has done quite a fair share on this finance side. The whole green investment package launch in EU is quite remarkable, and now the question is more like where the private money is, and in that sense this is exactly the topic. But please, Microsoft, did you want to comment on this tariff?
It's kind of building not only finance but also partnership with the finance department in this journey is crucial. So going back to the point, without the right equal partnership from the finance unit. This is one of the lessons learned also, is you need the tone from the top of the organization to drive this in terms of accountability and incentives, and you need full-on partnership from the finance department for this to be integrated in the reporting, integrated in the systems. So without the partnership of the finance department, not the finance as a topic, this thing will not see success within your organization.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
A tone from the top, absolutely fundamental. At Volvo Cars, it was the CFO who in 2 minutes were convinced. Let's do it, no problem, one price, let's go. Very important.
That's how it goes. We now go to the question of Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3. We already referred to that a little bit, but for the audience, be ready, you will have your time for questions as well. But what if we start from the McKinsey side? This question of should one include Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, and in which ways? What are the examples you have been working with, and how do you think about that?
So obviously, in the best case, all scopes are covered by the internal carbon pricing system. And there is ultimately no reason why any of the scopes cannot be covered. What one needs to recognize is that there's obviously different kind of difficulty, levels of difficulty behind this. Measuring Scope 1 and 2 emissions is typically relatively easy, and bolting on decision-making processes that recognize a carbon price in the decision-making is fairly easy. It's when you decide a new energy supply, if you drive for a PPA. If you think about Scope 3, this obviously gets a lot more difficult. And again, there's Scope 3 categories like travel and others that are probably more simple to administer than others. For example, the first category, which is purchased materials, where you basically have to get to grips to any sourcing decision that's being taken. So number of decisions, decision complexity that you actually want to influence through the carbon price is a key driver for like the complexity of the total system. And what we see clients do is they obviously start in the more simple areas, and this is typically in Scope 1, Scope 2, for example, in travel on Scope 3, and then they move successively into all areas to eventually cover also fully Scope 3.
Thank you. Microsoft has obviously worked mainly with your own emissions. So, Sherif, Tawfik, how do you comment on this?
Yeah, very important comment, because to his point, once you decide to include Scope 3, not only the complexity involved will be something that you will have to go through, but also the time delta required for you to collect the accurate data from Scope 3. So in our case, actually because of our decision to include Scope 3, now the carbon fee is paid actually almost 2 years after the actual scopes, because it takes time for us to accurately, as much as possible, collect and conciliate the scope 3. So actually, on 2020, the 2020 emissions that are exerted by different business units are paid in a fee in 2022 because of the decision of scope 3 and how complex it is. So that's one piece. And in 2 years, as you know, reorganizations can happen. Business units changes can happen. And also some of the projects that you would invest in, that's another learning also, like specifically the forestation projects may not be successful. So how you reconciliate all of that. So to his point, the expansion of the scopes has a price on time, on complexity of the administration of the fee itself.
Just want to comment, another factor to take into account here is also the size of your emissions in scope 1, 2, and 3. So for us, it's 90% scope 3, and that's where we had to start.
So that's also why Volvo has already, like from the beginning, included the scope 3 emissions to that system. From CDP, I think you shared some numbers with us. There were so many numbers that probably, if you repeat the scope 1, 2, 3 numbers.
Breaks my heart with a history degree to be told I'm using so many numbers, but it's true.
No, I appreciate it.
No, it's good. Scope 1, 91% of those reporting. Scope 2, 77%. Scope 3, 34%. Theoretically, we could stop and say if you're reporting scope 3, you're probably doing 1 and 2, but the truth of the matter is that responding and saying they do all 3 are just 25%. So those were the numbers. I just also want to continue and answer something you said before. There are two things that Microsoft is obviously a leader in the field, and we work with you in RE100 and many other fields as well. But we often hear the context of offsetting. And to us, carbon pricing creates that challenge. Again, going back to the mitigation hierarchy. I'm not sure we want that many carbon markets created. We want biodiversity markets created and things like that. And often a high price like that, this is not about Microsoft in any way, shape or form, but would allow companies knowingly or entirely unknowingly to concentrate on one problem instead of another. And the other point that I wanted to say is the 80-20 principle that we're all aware of. I agree SMEs have a harder time and we should try and help them be precise. But the truth of the matter that a sophisticated instrument that requires high capacities would still be better in terms of the percentage of impact on the atmosphere, because it is those bigger, more sophisticated companies that tend to impact the atmosphere.
Thank you. How about Microsoft? What would you like to comment on that?
100% agree. Mitigation and reduction is the responsible way to approach that. But this is where we go into, again, the nuances of scope 1 and 2 and 3. Because you can mitigate as much as possible, so you go scope 1 and 2 completely neutral, or because this is in your control. But as long as the scope 3 represents 90% in your case, it's actually 98% in Microsoft case, 98% is scope 3. So, and you are a global organization. We're selling consumer products all over the world. So there will always be an element of scope 3 that you do not control. Hence, offsetting will still be a percentage, but there is no confusion around the mitigation as a main responsibility.
I just wanted to comment on offsetting here. When I started looking into this about 4 or 5 years ago, we noticed that it was really the Wild West on offsetting in the company, where tree planting and stove cooking and very suspiciously oriented projects were approved and marketed. So what we did was basically, we called a ban on offsetting for the time being, to just focus on what we can do ourselves, mitigating our own scope 1, 2, 3 emissions as far as possible. So we have a ban until 2025. And we know that international standards are being developed here to have a standard which everyone can adhere to. And the next thing that would be great, just finishing on that, would be that we had in the future a scope 4 in the greenhouse gas protocol, where we can actually account for and get credit for proper offsetting.
Thank you very much. Actually, my home country, Finland, has announced to be carbon neutral by 2035, which is quite a nice thing to do. And at the same time, I have been thinking, like, is that kind of getting these two things to meet, like emissions and things to meet, is that the main ultimate goal? No, it's not. We know that we have to reduce emissions into zero, and we have to increase sinks and other sequestration methods into as high as we can. So in that sense, yes, there is hierarchy, and at the same time, everything is needed if we want to kind of face the IPCC goals. But I agree that this is also something that has to be kept in mind. Sometimes it's a bit too easy to buy the compensation credits, and their credibility is not in place. Dear audience, do you have anything to ask or comment or add from these distinguished speakers we have here? Let's start from there behind.
Thank you for the interesting panel. My name is Abdul Baqi, Ministry of Oil of Iraq, Energy Advisor. I'm working for decarbonization now in my country. My question is, we have many projects of high carbon offset potential, like leakage repair or vapor recovery or flare utilization. My question is it possible to work in line with carbon credits from outside Iraq, from Europe, for example? Is it possible to use the cap and the trade that's currently working in Europe and make use of these credits to be used internationally outside Europe? Is that possible? Thank you.
I don't know if we have experts in here, but Amir, would you like to start?
First of all, my family's from Iraq, so pleasure. I recently spoke to my team about this, and the answer is that anyone that gives you a clear, strict answer about carbon credits is wrong, whatever the answer is, because they're a mess. And I say this without pride. I helped negotiate Article 6 for many years. It is possible to use some of them, but I would suggest something else as well. Our biggest effort, I'm not talking as CDP, I think globally, one of the bigger efforts, especially in emerging economies, is to try and disconnect carbon from finance. So projects that are based on avoidance, which is, I think, what you're discussing, should, on the one hand, be more limited, which would limit one source of finance, but projects that are aimed on longer term, such as conservation, biodiversity, and so on, would have a longer term viability, in theory, in an ideal world. But to answer your practical question, there are so many ETSs that the answer will probably be yes. Some will be limiting external. There's agreement between Switzerland and Peru, for example, that limits external. Some countries buy explicitly and directly. But yeah, the answer is occasionally yes.
And it's developing. Thank you very much. Let's take next question from here, front row, please.
Thanks. We haven't mentioned too much about the role of governments in this, in national governments. So what do you think their role is in, for example, setting a global price on carbon or ensuring that carbon pricing instruments are aligned, and what can companies do to put pressure on governments to create the right consistent environment for this initiative?
Great question. Thank you very much. And what if we take the third one right in row, and then we can answer to both of them. But the question of what's the role of governments is, of course, crucial. We'll come back to that soon.
My name is Stig-Olof Holm. I'm a lecturer in ecology from Sweden, Umeå University. I wonder, the clock is ticking. The time, do you think this trading will be enough in time? Because we're soon exceeding the risk for climatological tipping points when we got a self-regenerating greenhouse effect. And as long as the price is lower than the profit from continuing these emissions, then, well, it will take too long time, maybe.
So I would include the time aspect into this trading of carbon.
Thank you very much for these both questions. This is about linkages. So first question, how about governments and their role, and how do you see that? And the second one, clock is ticking. We know that it's only few years when we should, during which we should become carbon neutral in many ways. Is this kind of strong enough tool? And what if we started from the home office of McKinsey? So Peter Spiller, what do you think? Role of governments, and then are we fast enough?
Yeah, so I mean, I do think that governments play a crucial role in this, and the European ETS system, the carbon border adjustment tax, these are all the right mechanisms, and I'd love to see more countries, more regions basically establishing these mechanisms because it would create a momentum, like a case for many more companies then implement ICPs on their level as well to be compliant and steer in accordance to what the regulator is anyway looking for. Now, what can companies do to foster this? I mean, there's obviously opportunities to influence governments with this regards, but I would hope that governments around the world are incentivized enough. I mean, so many have signed up to the Paris Agreement to actually establish these regulations soon. Yeah, coming back to the time question, so that company or country level, region level steering through carbon prices is actually happening and happening fast.
Thank you very much. Amir, if you go on from here, are we fast enough? This is good mechanism, we have learned, it's implementable, but are we there yet? And also linkages to government's work.
I'll try and answer both simultaneously. First of all, no, we're not fast enough. I don't think that's only this panel. Everyone agrees to that. The second is the danger of ICP is to do with that. So internal carbon prices are supposed to be an indicator of leadership where possible, and they are. But if they become the only thing that is there, they take away the authority of government. And given that this is a global problem, to a large extent there has to be global leadership on it. I will also say that the SBTI and others do take into account sorry, very tired. Jan Rockström's The Tipping Points. Forgetting words. They do take them into account. There is a review constantly what our carbon budget is, takes into account methane, which is one of the most looming ones as well, and how the sinks work. We're not on time, and I think the price should rise accordingly. I think, and I'll hand over to the actual corporates who do this. CDP's methodology, however, in that does link to governments in the end. It says, show us what the best practice is. We will show governments what the best practice is possible, and they will raise the ambition around that, I think.
Well, it's already been said, but of course, it's very urgent. I mean, climate change, the biggest threat to humanity, and we are not fast enough. From Volvo's side, we aim to be climate neutral already by 2040, and emissions cut in half by 2030. We are aligned with the Paris Agreement, but we're just one company. And coming then into COP, it was very discouraging to hear about the governments globally, how they have upgraded, how poorly they have upgraded their NDCs, their nationally determined contributions, their plans to mitigate CO2. And the 29 out of 194, despite promising to do so at COP26, very, very discouraging. We'll hope that COP26 will bring something, of course, but no, governments are not doing enough, and risk to be overrun by business, actually, because business and the financial market are pushing harder on this in some areas.
And government? What kind of support do you need from government? I mean support, not support, but collaboration.
Well, on carbon price, ideally agree on a global price. Right now, when you look at the pricing that exists, in the EU it's probably the highest. If you go to China, it's 10% of the European one. And then you have all kinds of things in between. a global price. But the reason why it's not happened is because that is extremely difficult to negotiate.
Thank you. Then to Microsoft and Sherif, comments on time and government's work.
Are we fast enough? Absolutely no. We need much more faster commitment from organizations and governments to set net zero targets, to tax those who are not achieving it, to provide the incentives to those who are achieving it faster. Disclosures, regulations need to be there across industries, specifically the most emitting industries. So more and more governments need to accelerate their commitments towards certain dates, like what Sweden did, and even pull the dates before 2040 and 2050 and 2060, because it seems like we're leveraging the luxury of time for the net zero, but we can get the commitments faster than this. And for big organizations like Volvo, Microsoft, and the rest to lead the way. So in our case, we announced that by 2030, we will be carbon negative across all scopes. And the other milestones is by 2050, we will leverage the carbon negative element to remove all historic emissions since our inception in 1975. So by leading the way, we're creating a market, we're pulling our suppliers, but definitely governments are crucial for the regulations, taxations, incentives for this market to accelerate the pace and the speed.
Thank you very much. And actually quite many Nordic companies signed a letter to the governments over last weekend to say that we have to keep with 1.5 degrees because the predictable market, the predictable environment is what the companies are needing. So that's not fast enough, but it's at least one step towards that. Dear friends.
Just a comment on what Microsoft just said here. Removing historical emissions. It's extremely ambitious, and it's an example for all companies that we are listening to here. Very, very good. Thank you.
Perfect. We are about to finalize this discussion. It could continue afterwards, but we have been talking about leadership, and I think it kind of started from all our speakers from the idea that you have to have clear focus, clear KPIs, and from that you then roll the methods to run your internal carbon price. But let's do a final round. One thing you want this audience to remember from your experience or for the future while creating carbon pricing, internal or external carbon pricing, what's the thing everyone should remember? If we start from Volvo, because you invited us here.
It starts from the top. If the management is convinced, it happens.
Starts from the top, then Microsoft.
+1, it's leadership support, absolutely important, and accelerate the digitalization and the automation and the technology adoption on that.
Perfect. Then let's take here first.
Sorry to go hello. Yep. Sorry to go slightly to the other side. I would say circumstances are always changing. There's more than one data point. Always, always, always read into the details of every single plan of a corporate that you see. There's a corporate collaboration led by corporates right now in civil society. Civil society needs to use the data as well to push governments.
Thank you, Amir Sokolowski, and then we go to Peter Spiller, McKinsey.
Yeah, so my final thought is, carbon is a new currency, and that deserves a price. So my recommendation is get started. Yeah, make it practical. Think about the decision process that you absolutely want to have influence by a carbon price. Define a scheme around it, and then start exploring, start learning. This is a journey, and you better start now to get this right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is a journey. It starts from the top. You have to create focus. You have to create your KPIs. You have to know what you want to see happen. Then you need your strategy into how, and you have to start early because that's the way to go further. I would add one thing, which is benchmark and ask from others. Others are doing the good things and also the mistakes you don't want to do. So that's probably learning from here. Warm thank you for all our speakers. Let's give applause. Thank you.
through Business Sweden's web platform and via We Don't Have Time. Over the last 2 weeks here at COP27, we have broadcasted more than 60 events here in the Swedish pavilion, and we have also hosted countless of meetings. And we have gathered some of the most front-running companies and stakeholders from public and private sector, academia, and civil society, and we have together discussed and showcased best practice examples in the area of finance, policy, and innovations that are needed to accelerate the green transition, to pioneer the possible, and to achieve the Paris Agreement. My name is Emma Modéer Wiking. I'm head of sustainability at Business Sweden, which is a Swedish trade and invest council. It is my absolute pleasure today to moderate this fireside chat on the topic global uncertainties and the role that technology shifts can have and play in making the world better, today and here and now. Because on top of the agenda here at COP27 is to find solutions that radically can speed up the green transition and to bend the curve of emissions. And to do that, we need new innovations, and we need to rethink systems, and we need solutions, innovations that are bold enough to make a real change and difference. Not least in the sectors that are emitting a lot. One of them being the transport system and the transport sectors. And I cannot think of many other people in the world that I think could be more suitable to discuss this topic than the founder and the CEO of Einride. Welcome, Robert Falck.
Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, or in a vertical existence.
We're very happy to have you with us. And Robert, the transport industry, it has been same for almost the past 150 years, and it corresponds for a large amount of CO2 emissions globally. And a few years ago, you and Einride, you revolutionized the world when you launched the first ever, not only digital and electric, but also autonomous vehicles on public roads. And this was clearly a very impressive milestone, and it's also a great example of a disruptive technology that is changing the current transportation system. And just yesterday we had the Minister of Infrastructure in Sweden who are also highlighting some of the most front-running pioneering companies from Sweden that are needed for other countries to transform their transportation systems. And he specifically emphasized and pointed out Einride being one of those transformers. So clearly you have innovative solutions in place. You have reached several interesting and very important milestones. But last time we spoke, and last time when you were at COP26 in Glasgow, I mean, we have seen a kind of a radical shift also when it comes to the increasingly, I mean, characteristic of higher degree of uncertainty in the world. And I wonder what these uncertainties mean in the transformation towards a more green and sustainable future.
It's such a great question, and I think that foremost is like we are very grateful to be visualizing what the future potentially could look like. We see this as entrepreneurs to showcase what could possible and what can be done with existing technology. We have to keep in mind that the transition and addiction that we have to the existing system is something that we all are dependent on. And for me and for us, it's extremely important to keep telling the story of what can be. And it's even more important in troublesome times, in an era where we at the core need to decide what kind of future we would like to see. And it's so easy when it gets tough for once we actually are challenged with a narrative to go back what was old and familiar. But at the time, it's even more important to make the future happen.
And Robert, what would you say, I mean, is most pressing among the uncertainties that we're seeing today?
Now, of course, we need to showcase and also decide what kind of future we'd like to see. I mean, it's so easy that we put our attentions elsewhere, and that we don't understand that one of the main reasons for the uncertainty in the world is that we don't have made this transition. I mean, if we go back to the 70s, one of the most important outcomes of the 70s was that we didn't no longer heat our houses in Sweden with oil. Before that, it was norm that everyone has an oil pan that was heating the houses. Due to the enterprises and due to the turmoil in the 70s, we made that transition. That means that we are spending less fossil fuel to heat our houses. And I mean, if there comes anything good out of these years, it will be that we actually make this transition. And we need to make that decision and stay the course in making that change happen.
And last year, Robert, you were also talking about the transformative power of technology. And how can technology help overcoming these uncertainties that you were mentioning?
No, but it's like at the core, technology is helping to build a better world. And I think one of the biggest trends in technology is also distribution of technology and energy sources. We have solar cells, we have windmills, which is becoming a more and more decentralized way of doing it and reducing energy. In that, we also become more resilient as a society. We are not dependent on one or two energy sources. And I think that is at the core something extremely positive for both society, but the world as a bigger picture as well.
And you and your colleagues at Einride, you're quite known for challenging existing players, and you also have this disruptive approach to transport, which is truly needed. Yet there are many stakeholders saying that partnership is the new leadership. And when it comes to challenging existing players, would you agree that this is the most important?
I think that the most important is making change happen and to getting the results. And I think that you need a focus center. Then there are many forms to make that happen. I think that working together and working with Right Purple with the same ambition is a natural part of any startup or any progress. But I think it's just also we need to keep in mind that we have been talking about collaboration and working and to so to say that it has been a norm for quite a long time. But that's what I really like to challenge with that is that I think it's extremely important that we don't hide behind that. We need to take individual responsibility in making it happen.
Indeed. And you have also previously describing the role that innovation have to scale up the green transition, also making the world a better place. But there's also so much that innovators and entrepreneurs such as yourself and also that the companies can do, right? And I wonder what is needed from other actors, such as government and public agencies, academia, and other authorities to support and contribute to this momentum of these technology shifts?
I think that each one of them, I think from a society perspective and from the democratic perspective, I think it's extremely important that we as part of the society, as individuals, as voters, we need to keep people accountable and keep the government accountable for having a level playing field. That the ones that want to create a better future, the ones that want to make a change happen, that there are fair and just competitive environment for them. I think that sometimes we are very much working together and hiding behind the collaboration argument, and in that also keeping things as they are. And I think that's a very important role as a society and as of the government is to level the playing field and also at the core decide and look into what we can do new and don't get stuck in old ways of doing things. When it comes to the academia, I think it's even more important that academia is a free place for free thinking, and it's actually where a lot of innovation and progress are born, and they need to lead instead of looking for others to lead. I think that's a very important part of the academic world, that they need to be thought leaders, they need to be provokers, they need to be the ones to challenge and to run but division, try to challenge and create something better. And that you can't do otherwise without telling tough truths and being challenged to existing structures. And I think that's something I would like to see the academia doing more, is to challenge existing and being free thinkers of how we can solve this, because it's well needed.
On that note, here in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27, have you gotten the feeling that the sense of urgency that you are portraying and also the solutions that you've been describing are reflecting over the last two weeks here during the negotiations?
I think it's we come to a very interesting inflection point in my view, that we now, instead of discussing if we're going to discuss it, are at very practically oriented what we actually need to do. Instead of setting goals, we are discussing how it's going to be done. And for me, that is what's needed, because it will never, I mean, politics has its very important part in.
We are currently facing some difficulties with technology here, and that's life, right? We are waiting for Robert to reconnect through the studio in Helsinki, where he's currently attending a conference. So we will wait for Robert to reconnect. Sorry. For those of you who are tuning in online, we're currently having some disconnections to the streaming to Robert in Helsinki. We're currently waiting for him to be connected once more. So while waiting for Robert to reconnect, I would actually like to introduce to you Pia. You are the head of governmental affairs at Einride. Perhaps I can ask you some of the follow-up questions that I had to Robert, and let's see if Robert will be able to be
Hi,
connected.
I'm here as well.
Okay, wonderful. The best of two worlds.
No, it was something weird. I think we got kicked out by the host there.
I apologize for that, Robert, because you're more than welcome to stay with us. So I didn't really catch the last thing you said, but I don't know if you would like to just repeat the last thing you said regarding the urgency. If you see that the negotiations here are reflecting the urgency that you have been discussing here today.
I think that what I'm saying, I think that we are now in a different phase. We have a very interesting reflection point. I think that when we previously discussed the discussion, we are now at an inflection point how we solve it. We are seeing more and more one things that needs to be done. And I think that the last couple of years and events has make it even more. We've left the discussion about the discussion, and now we're in discussions of how to get this done. I think there are people all around the world that making this change happening now. And I think that we are in a beginning of the major shift. And when we go back forward in a couple of years, will look very different in these discussions. We will discuss also how we can spread technology and how we can help and utilize this transition to build a better world as well. And now we have, my view, we are making the market and the overall economy is making this change happen. And politics has a very important part in setting the playing field. But there are so many people around the world now making this transition happen. And I think that we are still a lot of work to do, but I think that we are actually in that very important inflection point where we are maybe stopping panicking, because I don't think that this is a time to panic. This is a time to get to and do actions, and not to protest, not to go out and glue yourself to something, but to get doing. There are engineering to be done, there are factories to be built, there are mines to open, there is a transition to make happen. And then now is the time to get that done. And I think that my takeaway from most of this is that the discussion about the discussion is ended, and the protest about not happening a thing, because there are plenty of opportunities to make this change happen. And now I think that my view is that what's now in the focus.
And Robert, if you could wish, what would be the single most effective decision to make here at COP27 in making the world better?
That we stop subsidizing the existing system.
And I can't help but wonder, something that has been striking me the past days when we've been here at COP27 and discussing with the pioneers such as yourself and your colleagues at Einride and your fellow pioneers, I can't help but wonder, what do you think would happen and what do you think would be the outcomes if you and your fellow pioneers that have been joining us here in the Swedish pavilion would actually take the chairs and sit in the chairs of the negotiators? What do you think would be the outcome of the negotiations here at COP27?
I think that from my perspective, first of all, we would stop subsidizing the existing systems. I think that leveling the playing field for the new and competitive solutions that actually already exists would be one of the major outcomes. The second part will be that will be an extremely action-oriented meeting with high focus on what needs to be done. Like I said, there are factories to be built, there are windmills to put up, there are solar cells to install. There are so many things that we need to do over the next 10 to 15 years. And there's only one thing to do it, way to do it, and that's actually doing it. And that would be the outcome of that meeting.
Thank you very much, Robert, for those inspiring words. And on that note, I would like to conclude this side chat with you. Thank you so much, Robert Falck. You are the CEO and founder of Einride. And thank you also for your fantastic team that has been here throughout these 2 weeks, that have taken numbers of meetings and been participating in several panels, also addressing the same both opportunities and urgency that you've been addressing today. So thank you very much, and also thank you for everyone who joined us online. We apologize for the difficulties in terms of the technical issues today. Thank you also everyone who visited us here in the Swedish pavilion. If you wish to learn more about Einride and other Swedish pioneers, please visit us here in the Blue Zone in the Swedish pavilion at COP27 and visit our webpage on Business Sweden's webpage. Thank you very much. We look forward to work together and make the green transition the greatest collab in human history. The time is now and the race is on. Together, let's pioneer the possible. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this session about the role of the financial market in the sustainable transition. My name is Jenny Elfsberg. I'm participating here from COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh with a lot of meetings and interactions, so my voice is almost failing me, but luckily I have audio support. In this session, we're going to do like this. First, we're going to hear from our studio in Stockholm, where we have Cecilia Hermansson, who will present herself, of course, and a report that is developed by the Sustainable Finance Lab. Once we have learned everything we can about that for a very short time, we have a knowledgeable, super knowledgeable panel that will join me, both here on stage and also from the studio in Stockholm. And we're going to dig into this topic a little bit deeper. We also have an audience here and online. And I have always wanted to say that we are recording these in front of a live studio audience. So, over to Cecilia. Are you ready to present?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Cecilia Hermansson. I'm the chair of the Swedish Climate Policy Council. And yes, the role of the council is to evaluate the Swedish policies aimed to reach national climate goals. And here you can see the Swedish Parliament, and actually the Parliament also receives the report from the Council, not only the government. But the role is also to give recommendations and to foster a debate. And we think that the financial sector is very important, so we actually asked the Sustainable Finance Lab to write a report about the financial sector's role in relation to climate goals and to help with the climate transition. And we also asked them to explain how the Swedish government could influence the actions and to speed up and make capital increasingly help to foster more sustainable activities. So these were the two main tasks that we asked the Sustainable Finance Lab to do. And they wrote this report that I'm going to give you a few clues from. The first thing I want to say here is that the role of the financial sector is so very, very large. It's very important in size. We can talk about some 250 trillion US dollars when it comes to financial assets. And if you also talk about real assets, it's actually the double, and you can talk about maybe 6 times global GDP. But just talking about the financial assets, of course, a lot of it goes to investments, and it can actually make a difference when we talk about greening finance, which is then to make the financing that goes into different investments more green, or you can actually also talk about financing green, which is then more of investments that is actually more green investments, for example, like clean tech or any other investments that speed up the transition. We can also talk about the role of the financial sector, and I think that both the EU and also national governments have given the financial sector a very large role in helping out with the transition. It's sort of the tool for the governments. And it's a sector that has been very used to be regulated, also that we do not have so many financial crises. We need regulations, so that they are used to getting regulations, which means that it's also quite easy to put on more regulations on the financial sector and use the sector as a tool. But there are also problems with financial markets, and also quite a few difficulties to understand how to invest in the transition. We can talk about information asymmetry in the sense that we have a lot of data, but it's very difficult to understand what is green and what is not green. There are different standards. We have the ESG, which is not always certified in the same way. So it's very difficult to get the information right for investors. We can also talk about very large and complex projects with also some policy uncertainties on the way. So it's difficult to have that horizon. Also, especially since investors are more short term in their horizons, this is also then a problem. And what we have seen recently is also that now we have more and more investors going over to financing sustainable and green projects. And of course, if data is not always there could be greenwashing, there could be risks of herd behavior and bubbles. So it's also quite a few of difficulties when we talk about markets and how to use markets in the way of speeding up the transition. Let me also move over to how the national policies or also EU policies can make a difference. And here you can see a picture of the new Swedish government that was just recently put in place. And I think the most important thing that governments can do is to avoid policy uncertainty and to create long-term rules for all households, for companies, for all different actors. We need these long-term rules. The report, the Sustainable Finance Lab report, are very clear in pointing out the channels that we can use. We can use the legislative channel, the monetary or supervisory channel, for example, central banks, supervisory authorities. But we can also use direct involvement channels, which is then governments seeing that there is a need to share risks in a certain way. Maybe the private sector will not take the whole full risk, and then you need also public money to come in. There are also different types of policies if we talk about these channels. We can look at the policies from the perspective of market functioning policies, from prudential policies, and then also though the direct promotional policies. And let me give you some examples. If you take the first part here, the marketing functioning policies, we talk a lot about the need for taxonomies, classification, standards, data disclosures to understand the investments. And as I said before, there is information asymmetry, so you need policy to reduce those asymmetries. When we talk about prudential policies, we also need to look at the different tools that there are, for example, to regulating banks and other financial institutions. We can use stress tests to see if there are stress in the system. We can use risk weights. We can actually put more risk weights on brown investments to limit them and to support green investments by having lowering risk weights, for example. There are different capital liquidity requirements. Here it's possible also to make difference between brown and green investments if we have that data very clear to us. Also, when it comes to direct promotional policies, we can use taxes to limit the brown investments or brown production in any way. We can use subsidies to support the green. And of course, there are credit guarantees from different authorities. And there is also a possibility to create green investment banks that some countries have. So let me finish with some takeaways that we have taken with us from the report. And I think what is making this report so unique is that it actually in the same report gives us a full picture of all these different channels and policies at the same time. This is very seldom done. So I really urge you to go through this, and also for policymakers to see the whole picture, not only looking at it from the silo point of view. I think it's important to see policymakers screening their current policies, to review them. What can we actually do to make this speeding up the transition and to use the financial sector in a better way? How can we steer authorities in a proper way? And not least, take a leadership in the global sense to go out and cooperate international, because this is not a national issue. We need to do more in relation to other countries, and the EU is at the moment very ambitious in putting on these regulations and is actually doing a very strong job in this sense. It is also possible to take further steps to limit brown and support green. For example, with sustainable finance regulations. I talked about risk weights, I talked about liquidity and capital requirements. There are other ways that we can use this, but also to be aware of the challenges. For example, moral hazard, different problems with greenwashing and so on. Not least also, there is a need to build more knowledge, more competence, and we see this all over. It means politicians, it means financial sector, companies, and so on. Everyone needs more competence when it comes to the transition. I think there has been a large responsibility put on the financial sector to go ahead and to do very much at this moment. You could almost say there has been regulation before content, because there is a need to focus more on the role of auditors, accountants, certification, and to get the data and the standards right, because otherwise it's very difficult to be a very responsible financial sector if you don't have that. But I think a lot of things are happening there at the moment. And also the issue of how to divide the risk between the private sector and the public sector is important to discuss. And if you look at the issue of having a green investment bank or not, I think there is a need to have a better understanding on the pros and cons, so that we know how to move ahead on this very important aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. So, with that, food for thought for everyone. I'm asking my colleagues here in Sharm el-Sheikh to join me on stage. It's Edward and Thomas. I'm going to be a little bit short in my introductions because of my voice, so I'm going to hand over to you guys to tell us who you are, and then after you introduce yourselves, I'm going to invite our friends over in the studio in Stockholm. So, whomever you want to go first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Jenny. Quick introduction. My name is Edward Coulthrop, and I'm heading up our climate policy unit at the European Investment Bank, which is a green investment bank, so I hope there's more pros than cons, Cecilia.
And my name is Thomas Stübler. I'm with Nasdaq, heading up our ESG solutions at Nasdaq, which is different solutions support to our corporates and investors on the other side.
Thank you for joining me here. Over to the studio in Stockholm, Kent and Olga, and well, we already know Cecilia. You did a great introduction. Please share who you are and what you do.
Thank you, Jenny. My name is Kent Eriksson. I'm the director for the Sustainable Finance Lab and also a professor at KTH. I'm one of the professors who wrote this report, and I'm very happy that the Climate Policy Council liked it.
Olga Cordas. I'm program director of the Viable City, the strategic innovation program of Sweden for climate neutral and sustainable cities. We are working with 23 cities in Sweden, representing 40% of Sweden's population, and also 112 cities in the European Union, working with a mission on climate neutral cities. I'm also associate professor at KTH in sustainable urban development.
Thank you, guys. So we're going to kick off with a little bit of challenging questions. So you guys, imagine that you in the audience have someone from the future, say 3 generations down, and also from the past, like, I don't know, what is the advent of finance market? 5,000 years ago, something? And you would tell them about what happened during these crucial years when the world managed to do the sustainable transition. So I'm going to give you a minute to think on that answer. I'm going to ask you all to tell your story to this weird audience, people that are, we just imagine. While I say that we all know that the old ways of disconnecting different sectors, they are outdated. We know that complexity, ambiguity, and a way of experimenting is the only way we can make the transition over to a sustainable future. We have also seen how the notion of impact means the combination of financial impact, ecological impact, and social impact. That is a bundle, it's interconnected. And then, of course, I think we are all agreeing that more money and more patient money needs to go towards sustainable financing, waiting for return on investment and seeing solutions being deployed. So I think you guys had enough time to tell the weird audience about what happened during this crucial time when we actually managed to fix it, thanks to the financial sector. Who want to go first? I'd say Edward.
Thanks, Jenny. It's a nice, simple, easy question to warm up. Look, I can imagine talking to my grandparents, and I can imagine talking to my grandchildren. I'm not sure about 5,000 years. Financial markets, they serve investment. So the key question will be to the future generations, have we delivered on net zero targets? This is the key question. Financial markets serve that purpose. My personal view, I'm an optimist. I think Cecilia, the first slide summarized, markets will not work on their own to solve this problem. That's clear. There's a market failure. I am confident that the economists say, okay, the solution is we need a carbon price. We can tackle the carbon problem. We don't have that, but we have a very good understanding of net zero targets. We have government policy frameworks which are supporting that, be that the Fit for 55 package, the IRA, etc. We have technology understanding that. We have markets understanding that. And I remain optimistic, particularly on the electrification agenda, that it's going actually far faster than many commentators see. So for me, it's a cautious light green on decarbonization. I am less optimistic. I'm orange on adaptation. I think, again, technology is understood, solutions more or less understood. Is the finance there? I think there are still question marks. It's a lot to do with the conference ongoing around here, around equity and justice. The third part where it gets a red from me is natural capital. I think the financial markets, there is that market failure has not been solved. So the issues around ecosystem services, protecting biodiversity, we'll see. This has been talked about for 15, 20 years, but the flows are not there. I stop.
Thank you. I'm just going to challenge technology totally and ask Olga if you want to be the next one, sharing your view.
Yes, thank you, Jenny. I'm thinking, my future friends, that what we managed to do is that we managed to go towards transformative investments, which means that we managed to invest not only in product, services, or optimization of our systems, not only in electrification of mobility, but also in transformative system change. How do we invest into more climate smart and sustainable mobility system. And for that, we needed to embrace uncertainty. So we know that it's a long-term journey, and that's why we needed to see how public funding could mobilize the private investment. Also that we created some kind of funds and investments into experimentations, because we know that transformative system change take time and it means high risks. We also managed to bring together different portfolios of different technological, different institutional solutions together. And then we also, last but not least, we managed to learn together. So it's not only financial market, but we from the universities, also our municipalities, our companies and financial market together came together and learned how do we invest into systems transformation. And this was a winning solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. So, Thomas, then, you have a good answer for this one?
My turn. Yes, so what do I think I'm going to say to the people in 500 years? What has happened during this decade? I hope I will be able to say that this was the decade when we got together, the different disciplines. You have the policymakers, the corporates, the scientists, the financial market. And with that joined forces, we got grip of the problems, I'd say. And I think to being optimistic, I think what I can see is the most positive force here is just look at the development the last few years, how many people are actually talking about this, looking at this, and especially in the private sector, so many resources that goes into this, and hopefully this will start to pay off. And I also see that it's in investment decision, etc. It's not just the normal financial variables. Now you need the expertise in the whole circular economy, and that is very good. That's very positive. So those forces are strong. And I hope also to be able to say, well, hope, but I think the shift in terms of wealth, if we look back to this period we have in front of us, I think it will be a shift of wealth in terms of the ones that shift their portfolios, shift the investments into the type of investments that are geared up for the future and with the low carbon emissions, etc. So hopefully we will see that, and it will be probably a much larger shift in terms of wealth compared to like the depression in the 30s or the 2008 crash. Those were imminent, very quick, but this is a longer path, but it's going to be massive change.
Thank you, Thomas. Kent, I promise this will not be looked at as proper research. I just want to hear your thoughts on this. I know you're a professor, so you're going to be careful with what you say.
Thank you very much. And I do wish to apologize to future residents that we couldn't make this happen sooner and faster. But I think this was the year when private sector actors displayed their willingness to commit to climate change, and where unfortunately public sector governments around the world did not unify to provide them with the opportunity to do so. Thank you, Jenny.
Ouch. So, Cecilia, last but not least, what's your view?
Well, I think I would discuss it in the terms of that we had before a large transition in terms of industrialization. But at that time, it was more or less automatic because the market drove things to happen. But this time, this transformation is so much more difficult because we need policies also from politicians to lead and steer. It cannot happen only on the market. So the challenge for this transition, which is the biggest since industrialization, is really there. But I think I'm going to be a bit more optimistic here than Kent, I hope, that actually policymakers will see that companies and others are already doing their part, and that they will ask for leadership so much so that leadership will come. And what we will see for the financial sector is that risks that are green risk or sustainability risks are going to be integrated with financial risks as a whole. And that is actually the clue. It will become mainstream. And I think that's the issue.
Great, good with some optimism. Thank you for that. So over to, I have like too many questions, and I ask all of my panel to answer what you think the audience want to hear. So if my question isn't posed right, you just adjust it. Because the first question is about, from your perspectives, all of you, and then you can choose to answer or not, what possibilities are there for large innovation investments for local climate action, so we can do big enough and bold enough investments rather than fragmented support in small scale? Do you have any answers to that? I turn to Edward first.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay, so it's clear cities in particular need to scale up investment very, very fast if we're going to meet the 2050 deadline. IEA and others are telling us capital expenditure needs to go up 2 times, 3 times, particularly in lower income, middle income countries. What's the solution? I think now as a public bank and a development bank, we know many of the solutions are really well understood to scale up quite quickly. What is often lacking, particularly at the subnational, the city level, is capacity to roll it, to think through, take projects through, design them properly, get the engineering right, bundle, and then go to the market to finance. I think there's a lot of experience now, and amongst the MDBs we have our own particular facilities, but that message, that capacity to be able to work with weaker public authorities to learn, I mean, the lessons are well known. It's not rocket science for a lot of the issues around energy efficiency, rolling out of renewables, basic resilience adaptation measures, greening cities. This is not rocket science. So let's get on with providing access to these two public authorities to quickly scale up.
So Thomas, you want to answer this one? You say pass if you don't wanna, so...
No, no, I can just add that I think it's good possibilities. I think it's very positive to see some of the instruments that are developing, like sustainable linked bonds, especially for cities, that you can bundle different initiatives and go out in the market and link it to various specific metrics, and also link the interest rate, etc., to that. That could be one vehicle, and then of course in general the green bond market is a good vehicle for many of the munis, and the demand is there for that kind of investment. So that's a good vehicle.
Great, thank you. Back to the studio in Stockholm. Olga, is this a question for you?
That's one example. So we know that even in Sweden we have started to talk about the symmetry of pilots. So we are doing one-time very successful implementations, but we cannot scale up. So I totally agree. We need to bring in the thinking about scaling up outcomes of the different innovation process, and then we need to have investors or those who understand the investment logics from very beginning. So in Sweden, together with you at Vinnova, we are piloting or trying to develop the new forms of investment into innovation processes, which we call systems demonstrator. Is how do we create those kind of large-scale efforts where we bring together different kind of innovators, public authorities, but also the investors from the very beginning in order to develop more like systemic, transformative solutions and implement them in the large scale. We also collaborate globally with UN Habitat, we collaborate with Business Sweden and many different actors. So I hope that we would develop those solutions together, and I would like to invite many of you also to be part of this journey.
Thank you. Kent?
Thank you. And well, going back in history, you see that when societies have risen to challenges, they are often not met with only private or public efforts. They are met with joint public and private efforts. And I'm very happy to see that these systemic challenges that we see from sustainability, they are met with a collaborative effort. And I think there are great opportunities for reaping the rewards of this. The systemic changes generate better financial returns, better lives for citizens, and probably happier voters so that they re-elect their governments. So everybody is happy, I think, when big changes are made.
Thank you, Kent. And Cecilia?
Talking about the pros and cons of green investment banks, and I heard here that, well, we have the EIB, and I think, yes, I'm very happy about that. But we also need maybe national ones, and that was the discussion. And in this case, how can you scale up small projects? Is it enough to have a bond market? Because banks, ordinary banks, are not maybe scaling up. It depends. So the question is, how can you actually share between public and private? And do you then need some kind of green investment bank? So that's more of a question mark from my point of view.
Thank you. So we were talking about this, that we need more speed, transition in the cities. And the next question is about how can we make that speed happen? What needs to happen in the local authorities, local communities? Do people need to go to training, or what is it? How can we make them utilize the capital that is out there, and also understanding how to move quicker? Anyone want to answer this one? I'm asking now who feel that they want to ask. We have Edward raising a hand here. Go ahead.
Okay, go Jenny. I mean, real quick, that's globally, that's really, really different, right? But let's just take two examples. If we go, when we're working in Africa, it is often the case of that working with the local authority to do the basic studies, to understand where their emissions are coming from, to understand where their resilience is, to begin to go through the process of thinking through the technical solutions and take that through to a feasibility study. That's relatively easy. It's just a question of capacity. Inside in more developed markets, it's often a case of financial engineering. You know, cities have to move from renovating one hospital to renovating all of their hospitals to get scale, to attract the private sector. That's often a procurement question because they need to be able to write investment grade contracts. And that's something that cities don't often do. So again, there are facilities that we've looked at that help, much more tailored. But the key point is to get replicability and scale.
So thank you, Edward. Olga, is this something where the climate contracts can be of help?
Jenny, in Sweden we have developed something that we called an instrument and process that we call climate city contracts. And this is a document and the process where the cities and the local stakeholders are developing commitments, how they can, with a mission of become climate neutral already 2030. So what are the goals, and then also what is the action plan, what should be done, and also the new part of Climate City contract, which is called Climate Investment Plan. So how do we need to invest into the climate transition, and also analysis of, okay, who is investing? We know that cities, so from the local budgets, it will be in Sweden, it will be probably 15%, and then 85% needs to come from these kind of different actors, both state but a lot from private actors. So how do we bring them together? How we understand what are the gaps, into like investment gaps, how these gaps could be met with the help of different new tools. Now we are doing the same in Europe with the net zero cities for this 112 climate neutral cities with the European mission. So, and these tools are under the development, and these tools could be helpful for the local authority in order to understand, okay, what is the whole economy of the transition, and not least to understand what are the multiple benefits and quantify them, how the work in the climate transition would also generate better health, working places, better quality of life for people.
Thank you. So, Kent, is this something that you see in sustainable finance research, or do you see something else?
No, we actually see that, and I think Olga is exactly right, that there is much capital willing to invest in things, but regulations at the local level and at the national level lock in this willingness to invest. For instance, if you take the building codes, if you want to invest sustainably in new materials, it takes forever to introduce those new materials into the building code. So I think local government and local regulation could be faster, and I understand that it's tied to national and international regulation, but I think all these regulatory issues need to be much more fast, much swifter in acknowledging the opportunities in new investments, new materials that can be made more sustainable.
Well, thank you. Well, I realize we have too many questions and too short time, so this is also an invitation to continue the conversations. But before we wrap up, I'm going to ask all in the panel to tell like the most important 1 or 2 points that will make the sustainable finance shifting to green finance and financing green happen fast enough and bold enough. Who wants to go first with that? Gonna be quick ones because we have limited time. Anyone?
I can start. I think for me the two main changes or actions would be one to harmonize a global standard, or at least close to global standard in terms of disclosure requirements, etc. Because currently corporates have so much extra work just to comply with all these different standards, all these different ESG rating institutes, etc. That is one thing. The other thing is we need to ensure that we get the transition companies on the way. I think that we can say that, okay, this is a green investment and that looks good, but the bulk will be the transition companies, and we need to get them on board. And to do that, I think the key question will be to have a clearer target setting process, and also holding the corporate, so to say, accountable towards that path to net zero.
Blockchain, you mean? No, I just wanted to mention blockchain. But okay, next one to say your final, like, 2, what's going to happen? Is it Edward? Then we take the guys in Stockholm after. I heard it's snowing in Stockholm.
Apologies, Stockholm. Oh, that's working. Apologies, Stockholm. It's difficult to react. Okay, 2 things at speed. I think I'm going to agree with Thomas. 1, transparency. Huge, international capital markets. The supply of finance is huge. There's increasing scrutiny, and whichever part of this debate we're looking at, the potential for voluntary carbon markets, in the corporate market more generally, the bond market, it's all about scrutiny. So, dear regulators, please always, first and foremost, ensure that the truth needs to be told. That's one point. Second point, I love this is rapid stuff. Okay, big discussion here at COP is around the need to increase international climate finance. Small advert for a report out there by Nick Stern and Vera Songway, which is talking about going from the 100 billion up to a trillion, etc. That's all about capturing markets in values out there in markets. And here's my plea then, dear Sweden, dear countries, use your public banks wisely. That they can leverage, but there's pros and there's cons, so you need to use them where they can really bring in additional finance, crowding in, not crowding out.
Wonderful. It's hard to have so knowledgeable people in the panel. Okay, over to the studio in Stockholm. Guys, who want to wrap up first? We are over time, so short and sweet, 2 things.
Yes, thank you, Jenny. So for me, it's I think that it's only one thing, and it's this joint learning journey. So we need to learn together with investors, with local authorities, with national authorities, with academia, and also with civil society. So how can we invest into the climate transition, and how can we then invest in transformative system change instead of fragmented projects?
Lovely, thank you.
It's Kent here, and I think properly developed financial global standards for sustainability, but they have to be anchored into engineering knowledge that comes from earth sciences, that is solid evidence, scientific based.
Well, I agree that the issue of standards and data is very, very important, but also competence building. Just take the example of now that we are building a new region up north with fossil-free steel and batteries, and then we need also knowledge in how to support that development with the right permits, with the right type of finance, and to have a leadership from national to authorities to local, and to actually cooperate in that region. So it's a very good example to study how to build a perfectly new region with new investments in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you to all of the panel. A big round of applause for these guys. And thank you for joining online as well, and in the room.
Or my great pleasure to welcome you all, live in Sharm el-Sheikh and online, to this session on ImpactTech for Scale and Action. My name is Christopher Laurel, and together with my co-moderator, Regina Sommer, live from the Swedish pavilion at COP27, we will guide you through what ImpactTech is all about and why Sweden has become the global epicenter for these kinds of companies. For those of you who are new to the concept of ImpactTech, you have probably heard about unicorns, companies with an evaluation of over $1 billion American dollars. ImpactTech is similar, but instead of having a $1 billion valuation, it's all about having a positive impact on more than 1 billion people on the globe. In essence, ImpactTech is centered on the intentional use of responsible technology and science to benefit people and the planet by addressing a major social or environmental problem. In Sweden, which is the second only to Silicon Valley in producing unicorns, we are also leading within ImpactTech. Throughout this session, we will be joined by many of our Swedish ImpactTech companies that are redefining industry by industry. We will also have ImpactTech accelerators, investors, academia, as well as representatives from the public sector. And without further ado, it's my great pleasure to welcome our first panel here from Stockholm. So with us, we have Lisa Nolin, which is the Managing Director Nordics at Norrsken. Norrsken is the home of a lot of inspiring ImpactTech companies that are bringing real change, not only in the Swedish system, but also across the globe. We also have Hanna Gran, Sustainability Lead at Spotify. Spotify needs no further introduction, I believe. You have more than 450 million users worldwide, and you are a household brand that has very much redefined how we think of listening and especially music. And last but not least, we have Kristoffer Lewandowski from Heart Aerospace, and you're the head of research and development programs. Heart is very much in the business of changing the way in which we think of aviation by electrifying aviation and dealing with a lot of the aviation industry's sustainability challenges. So Lisa, Kristoffer, Hanna, a pleasure to have you. Welcome. We are reaching the final hours of COP, and soon there will be a declaration coming out of Sharm el-Sheikh. From your perspective, what would you see as the best possible outcome? If we start with you, Lisa.
So I'm a skeptic here. I don't really know what to expect because I think we had hopes that are high. We all know we don't have time. I think we need to sort of have a massive engagement, and I think more than anything, I wonder if we will have that. So it's rather, I think I would like to speak about what should be coming out, because I'm not sure what we're hoping for. I don't know if you guys have any different view of it.
Go ahead. No, I agree, but I think it's important to remember as well that this is one thing, one event a year, and what I really take with me from the COP is just all the meetings, everything from the young delegates to the innovators, the scientists, everyone coming together really and trying to see the solution perspective. And I think that's what I bring with me, and I think that's more important than the actual kind of agreement, because more things are happening in the company world, I would say.
Yeah, I would like to second that on focusing on the solutions, because I think impact tech companies are focused on providing fact-based solutions. So if we can see a transition with policymakers moving from focusing on the problems to focusing on the actual fact-based solutions, I think that's one of the expectations that I have, or hopes.
All right, very good. So you all represent organizations that play different roles in the ecosystem when it comes to impact tech. From your perspectives, what does impact tech mean? Not only from a Swedish perspective, but rather from a global perspective, if we start with you, Christopher. To give a bit of context, you're still in the beginning of your journey of bringing electric aviation to the world. So has companies like Spotify and all the ones coming after that Norrsken, for example, has been involved in, acted as guiding stars, in your case, would you say?
Yeah, and I mean, it has. We have one of our early backers in the room right now, so and that's something that we're, of course, very proud of. Being a company working in impact tech, I think we have a responsibility to show what we are actually doing and what sort of impact we can have. And I think that's what we need to do. Again, working fact-based and building on the sort of culture that we have here in Sweden. I think that has benefited us a lot. Being able to have these sort of open conversations in between startups and having that culture where we can collaborate without a polished facade, no market boundaries in between us. And I think that has benefited us.
Anna, I'm curious. We have heard Christopher talk about the little sister, the little brother perspective in a sense. You're the big brother, the big sister. What's your take on the role that you have played, and also how do you sort of give back to the community, in the impact tech community?
I think that's one of the reasons why Sweden is such a strong hub when it comes to impact tech, because it is a lot about sharing. First of all, I think it's also about changing the narrative a bit so that it's actually way more attractive and fun, and way more about starting something than rather giving something up to actually be a sustainable company. And that goes for, electric flight. Who wouldn't want to be on an electric flight? And the same thing that you frame your companies are also gets people excited about the future. And I think that's for our product as well. Few people think about the sharing economy as something super sexy maybe. But today, most people don't think even twice about not actually owning that record, but just sharing that music. So our ambition is definitely to continue framing that and have that kind of positive mindset around it, but also share. Everything that we find, even though we fail with something, we want to share that. Because if we do that together, it's way easier to get there faster, and we don't have any time at all. So that's our ambition, is to really see what we can do as a tech company, what it means, everything from streaming emissions to how we use cloud more efficiently, things that we know a lot of companies are struggling with. So we want to share, and I think most people, what I see, do that as well. It's really in this together.
So we've heard the little sister, little brother perspective. We have heard the big brother, big sister perspective. I'm curious, Lisa. You're the one keeping the whole family together, I would say. You have both the older ones that have come a bit further, like Spotify, but you also have the ones that are in the beginning of their journey, like Heart Aerospace. What's your take on the role of impact tech going beyond Sweden?
So just a few sentences first about what Norrsken is, because it can be complicated. What we try to be is a movement for impact tech entrepreneurs. Why impact? Well, simply, like you were both saying, we don't really have time. I really truly think that it's going to be impact entrepreneurs driving the future changes that we need, because we do see the politics is going too slow. An impact then, that is to intrinsically have a positive change on the world through your business model. And as your company grows, so should the impact that you have on the world. Secondly, tech. Well, it's the only way to scale solutions in an efficient way. I at least, I don't know any other way. So for us, ImpactTech, that's really the genesis of the future. So what we try to do, we started in Stockholm, is to simply provide a physical meeting place that provides access and facilitates networks, capital and investments, future customers, everything you may need in order to scale your business. And we now try to take this globally by opening hubs in Rwanda, in Kigali, as well as in Barcelona. And coming back to, I don't think we could have opened Norrsken anywhere else but in Stockholm. It has to do with the legacy where we came out, our only founder is one of the founders out of Klarén, but it also has to do with the climate that Stockholm has. And that is really what we are trying to export now. Because impact tech and impact entrepreneurship, large or small, I really truly feel that that is the way to go. And if we can embody anything in those physical hubs, it is really to be positive about the future.
And I have to add, I mean, I think you create an amazing community and spirit when you're in those hubs as well. So yeah, you very much succeeded with that.
And that's amazing, thank you. Because if we can aspire more to do the same, because it's really quite simple. If these entrepreneurs succeed, like you guys have succeeded, we all win. It is quite that simple.
You have come already a far way when it comes to getting this model of ours on export in Kigali and in Barcelona. But I'm curious when it comes to Spotify and Heart, how can you, from your perspectives, see that the world might be able to steal with pride, as it's so called? Where are the low-hanging fruits, if we start with you, Hanna?
One thing that we really focus on is also how we scale this. Because we are a rather small team that focus on climate at Spotify, and that's the way I prefer to have it as well. So instead, what we really focused on is integrating this into every single piece of Spotify and the way we work, everything from ads to especially the engineering side of it, of course. And I think that is one of the things that hopefully I think we need more of as well, that it just doesn't sit with people that have a sustainability background or so, but that we quickly can educate a lot of people. And there I think a lot of the good things are happening with educations and so on, but I think companies need to take a better responsibility there as well. When they onboard people, not only you get trained for your task, but maybe we throw in some of the, what is greenhouse gas emissions, some of the basics as well, so that people feel that they have the mandate, but also the skills that they can do, to actually be able to do more sustainability things in their daily work. So I think that's one of the things at least we focus on a lot, and I think if we can scale that, we will get there so much faster.
And here, if I may add, I think the urgency is actually playing in our favor, because today everybody understands that the world's greatest challenges are also the world's biggest opportunities. It wasn't really like that 5 years ago. It was passed to the side. Everybody, it's sort of affected one way or another by this urgency. And that's why I really think that if you can play a role model, the stealing with pride will probably accelerate even more.
Yeah, and I want to be humble about this. I think I have two people that know more about this, what we should export, because you've come further.
No, me neither.
But what we've really appreciated with this sort of Swedish startup climate is that we can have those sort of open conversations, that we can talk to each other and learning through older siblings, essentially. So that's probably a low-hanging fruit. What is maybe not a low-hanging fruit is that I think the Swedish startup culture starts even earlier than that, because we have very good education in Sweden and it's free for all. And a lot of the programs that we have in Sweden are also working tightly together with industry. So you get real industrial problems that you get to solve early in your career, even during your education. And I think that sort of fosters a mentality of solving real problems that will really help you when you graduate.
Thank you so much, Christopher, Hanna, and Lisa, for sharing your perspectives. What we have done now is to get to know a few of the siblings in the ImpactTech community coming out of Sweden. But there are other actors too. There are other siblings, and who knows, perhaps an aunt and uncle too. That will be the focus on the second panel, live from COP27 and the Swedish Pavilion. So I leave the word to you, Regina Sommer.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Very interesting panel from Stockholm. My name is Regina Sommer, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for International Collaboration at Vinnova, the Swedish Innovation Agency. A quite recent report from McKinsey Sustainability claims that the Nordics can become the next sustainability valley. We are already the second most unicorn producing country or region actually in the world. So the sky is the limit, right? Well, the European Commission just this summer launched an innovation agency where they raised the importance of deep tech startups and scale-ups in accelerating the transition that is needed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So, Sweden is one of the top innovation countries in the world, and this panel will focus on the broader Swedish innovation ecosystem and how it leads to impactful innovations from different sectors. So, with me here in the pavilion, I have Jenny Elfsberg from Vinnova. Please welcome to the stage. I also have Martin Edlund from Minesto. And last but not least, Jenny Jernfeldt from Einride. Welcome. So I'm going to start with you, Jenny, my dear colleague. How do you think that the fantastic development of the companies that we've heard about and the companies that are on stage and many other impact companies in Sweden, how do you see that this has become possible in Sweden? Why? Why are we doing right here?
What are we doing right, maybe? I think it's mentioned already, the education, the free education, and also the safety net in Sweden. I think that actually helps. That I mean, you can just graduate from university and say, oh, maybe I should start a company, or maybe you don't even graduate. It's that safety net and the education system. I think it helps. Also, Sweden is a country of engineers or problem solvers. So I think there is something in the DNA of the weird ancient people that took all the way up from Africa up to northern to, want to fix problems and don't rely on anyone else. And then I would also say what is also already mentioned, the close collaboration, the openness, like the trust, sharing ideas with each other and helping out. I think those are the ones I would mention. You want to add something?
Maybe I could just add the fact that, I think it's here being at COP27, I think it's important to mention also the fact that we invest 3.4% of our GDP in research and innovation in Sweden, and 2/3 of this come from our industry, 1/3 from our government. So just that is just a very important collaboration that creates all the possibilities that Vinnova enables, I would say, and that also is part of one of the reasons we have this fantastic ecosystem. I'm not going to give the microphone to Einride to give us just a short intro, a pitch of who you are and what you do.
What is
and
Einride?
in what sector, of course.
So Einride is a tech freight company. We provide shipping solutions based on electric, autonomous, and digital technology. That's the elevator pitch. So the transport industry has been slow in adopting new technologies and also slow in reducing emissions. And we think it's time for a new type of logistic system, a smart, green transport ecosystem.
Good. So, Minesto, please.
Yes, we will provide you with the sustainable electricity you need to fuel your vehicles. So we are in sustainable renewable energy. We convert ocean currents and tidal currents into electricity by flying our dragons in the oceans. It is a true impact technology in the sense that we can build hundreds of gigawatts. We can supply renewable energy to areas of the world where it may be very difficult to use solar and wind. island communities, remote places, sometimes where land is scarce, but where the oceans move in a fantastic way. We are doing it already in the Atlantic, in the Faroe Islands, at 100 kilowatt scale. We're building the first megawatt machine, and the plan is, of course, to populate the oceans with thousands of energy-producing dragons.
Amazing, amazing. Both of you, amazing companies that we're really proud of. Well, we heard the first panel, Heart Aerospace, Northland, and Spotify talk about some of the important issues that are important for Swedish impact tech companies to lead the way and develop further. And some of the things that they were mentioning is, of course, the collaboration between the public and the private sector in developing, the sharing, the locomotive model that you were mentioning as the big sister, big brother model. What would you say, do you agree? Or do you have anything to add on that? What is important for you to develop in Sweden and globally?
Can I go? Yes, yes, of course we agree. And Sweden has a long history of within the transport industry, which is where I come from, with automotives leading the way in many parts of the sector. And as a disruptor to this industry, we're looking at the three tech shifts: electrification, automation, and digitalization. And when we look at Sweden, I mean, Sweden is the best place for innovation. Mentioning three, the students coming out, I mean, the talent coming out of the universities. And secondly, the universities and their approach to innovation and technology. And then thirdly, agencies like yourself being supportive to new ideas and new innovation in tech.
Super interesting. I can actually add one thing here, that Sweden has 36 public universities and university colleges. And if you count in the private ones too, there are 60 university colleges in Sweden. Talk about talent. So over to you, sorry.
Yeah, I think for us, one thing that is extremely important being in the Swedish context is that we can access real world-class engineering capabilities. We're in the Gothenburg area. We need a lot of advanced control systems, material science. With the automotive sector, we also have a lot of fluid dynamics capabilities. So by sort of reprofiling industrial capabilities, we believe that we have what we need in order to create a completely new industry by recombining technologies. So that's a key factor for us. Another one is also that we actually have a lot of, if we look back at our development, that we have really strong seed funding environments in Sweden, so we can accelerate the early stages of development a little bit quicker. And it's both the public system, which you represent in this, but also private, really high quality investors. So for us, a company as Granitor, former Midrock, for instance, has been with us since very early days, and is an example of one of those that also have a large portfolio of impact investments.
Thank you. We heard a lot of good things about the Swedish innovation ecosystem so far, but I mean, no one's perfect, right? So I would like to ask you, all three of you, what could the Swedish innovation ecosystem learn from other countries? I'll start with you, Minesto.
From other countries or in general?
In general, other ecosystems.
No, I think that one generic challenge, if you look at impact technologies, the energy sector, renewable energy for new renewables, and other process technologies where you need to, not only as we're doing, we're proving that the technology works. We have the performance we need, but we're doing it still at small scale. So in order to make renewables bankable, you need to prove it with commercial scale investments in projects. And that means that you will have to access a little bit more risk-willing capital at a scale that sort of the normal innovation system is not used to. And particularly in a context where we are in a hurry. So I think to think hard about how to do that, how to match private project investments with the public sector and bring that into this transition, I think is a key challenge.
Yes. Einride, please.
Yes, of course we can learn. We can learn from everybody, is my view. Having a past working with emerging markets, we can see how the tech development and digitalization has made them leap, taking steps that we haven't, that we have had to do, but they can leap, in advance much quicker than we have. And I think that's also what we're trying to do at Einride, looking at future solutions. And it's really inspirational, and that's why we have our autonomous electric solution as well.
Jenny, so from Vinnova's perspective, what can we learn from other ecosystems in the world?
Yeah, I would say I agree with her. We need to have more willingness to get out of the comfort zone and take some risk. If you want to challenge, you need to go a little bit bigger and bolder. And then also we are in Sweden, we love our comfort zone. We love to have evidence. We are fact-based. And here I think because we are going into an era where nothing is proven, we have to explore and experiment to fix this transition. Sweden needs to be more curious, like what I don't understand, I can reach out to someone else. We are a little bit of conformists, but it has also kept us alive for many years. But I think we need to be more opportunistic.
Thank you all. So, well, COP is coming to an end. Literally, this is the last day, the solution day. That's why we introduce many solutions during this panel session. But what would you say that ImpactTech has contributed to accelerate the green transition and even further going forward here? How have you affected the transition so far?
For us as a company, I think that what we show with our roadmap plans in the Faroe Islands and in some other parts of the world is that there are solutions today that are enough to take us to 100% renewable energy systems. By combining the solutions we have today, including our dragons, in many parts of the world, this is just a matter of action and transition. And I think that's our, so far, biggest contribution.
Yes. And how has Einride contributed so far?
Well, I'm going to second that and say, well, we have goals and we're measuring, and yes, we need standardization, but if you look at what we can do from Einride's side is provide the solution today. In 2022, we can take action now to reduce emissions. And we're already live in Europe, we're already live in the US, and going to new markets.
Yes. You're making it happen. So, Jenny, to the funding agency, the government agency, how are you supporting this transition? Because you're not an ImpactTech scale-up, but how do you support? How do you enable for these guys to move faster?
Yeah, well, I think what we have to do, besides the funding of projects and all that, is to actually, shake up the scene and make sure everyone understands this needs to be transsectorial, it needs to be public, private sector, it needs to be a collaboration where we actually make it, the technology and the community come together, we deploy it, we show, we pioneer the possible and inspire the rest of the world to do the transformation as well. That's what I think we should do.
Lovely words ending this session. So thank you very much for joining us here in the pavilion. And I give it up to you again, Christopher.
ImpactTech and how we can make sense of all the progress that we have made so far. We have a third panel, and joining us is no one else than Christian Rönn. You're the CEO of Normative. We also have with us Fredrik Udenfeldt, and you're the Vice President Product at Climate View. We have Victor Gallas, from the Stockholm Resilience Center. You're one of the world-leading centers that we have coming out of Stockholm when it comes to sustainability and resilience-related aspects. And last but not least, we have Milton Malmström, Innovation Lead at Doconomy. And we are gonna try to untangle exactly where the economy, climate view, and normative starts and begins. Yeah. You're all making a lot of progress when it comes to the software side of the things that we need to do going forward. But first, we are going to bring in the academic perspective. Victor, you have been a part of the scientific negotiations, the scientific discussions that concerns the question that have made over 40,000 people travel to Sharm el-Sheikh. From your perspective, when we talk about the role of science education in the context of the ecosystem of climate tech, what's your take on that? How did we manage to find ourselves in scaling this ecosystem the way that we have done? And what does it mean for you in your role, would you say?
I mean, I think in general, just following the evolution of the Swedish tech ecosystem in this domain, because it has grown quite quickly in the last decade or last years, I would say it's been quite impressive. But from our perspective, and what we see in our engagements are some gaps or some parts where actually we need further acceleration. I think a lot of the discussion in Sweden and in general in the tech sector has focused on mitigation and reducing emissions, which I think is good. I mean, we need it. Less, and what we really need to make a push now in the next years would be on adaptation, helping communities and countries and vulnerable groups to adapt. We're already at 1.1 degree warming, and that's likely to increase in the next decade. So how do we help communities and countries adapt? And the last point, which is much more difficult, but I know you're good at, is transformation. How can we help countries, businesses, municipalities, communities transform out of crisis into something better and different? And I think the tech sector has a lot to contribute there, but has a strong bias towards mitigation. Still important, but not the only thing.
I'm also curious to learn more about the international collaborations that you're running from the Stockholm Resilience Center. When you tell colleagues in other parts of the world that in this very city we can go from ImpactTech company to ImpactTech company within the sectors that Milton, Fredrik, and Christian represent, but also when it comes to hardware solutions like Minestos that Martin talked about during the second panel, but also electric aviation. Do people actually believe you when you tell them that this is all happening in one and the same city?
I think they do. And I think, I mean, there are several famous Swedish brands, so people are probably not surprised. And I think, I mean, part of the success story is, of course, the Swedish context that allows that kind of innovation to take place. So political stability, economic well-being, maybe also an increasing sense of purpose and meaning amongst young entrepreneurs. I think people are not surprised. I think the question now is, how do we scale this up, first of all, for it to have a big impact and really make a bend in emission curves? And the other thing is access in other countries, of countries with less resources or less capabilities. So I think those are the two big puzzles, scaling up and then access to a wider group of countries.
Let's turn to you, Milton.
Sure.
I'm curious to learn a little bit more about what this has meant for the economy coming out of Sweden. And one of the things that I'm really curious about is whether the international approach that we heard Hanna from Spotify describe in their journey to reach 450 million users. From your perspective, this global point of departure, is that something that you have got inspiration from in terms of the Stockholm impact and the Swedish impact tech ecosystem, or what would you describe your journey as?
You and I met in Egypt last week, by the way, and I think, first of all, I just want to say that being in that context and meeting all of the people who are coming to this question from a multitude of angles has been absolutely incredible. The economy is playing a small part in trying to solve the climate crisis, and listening to you, I think it makes a lot of sense to have a true conversation about it. I was thinking about it just today because I was reading on the on the damage and loss debate that is currently going on, and listening to Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, speaking on it. We, from the economy's perspective, are trying to do everything we can. I'm running the innovation lab together with some brilliant team members, and our job is to come up with sort of cutting-edge ways of using data and tools and language to mitigate climate change, where we're trying to place economic incentives in the right places so that we can drive capital towards the right ends, away from conspicuous consumption towards sustainable consumption. And there are so many ways to do that. We're engaging with a number of banks across the world. We have 40 banks live in 25 markets, and we're working on a number of innovative products that we can delve into at a different point. But I think we're learning a lot just from being in rooms with the likes of you and the likes of the people who are at COP27.
What you are very well known for at the economy is, for example, the lifestyle calculator that can help consumers identify the low-hanging fruits. Yeah. And turning from consumers rather to cities, Fredrik, I'm curious of hearing sort of your take on the internationalization aspect. You're working with cities across continents. Is there inspiration to be found in ImpactTech in the way in which it has been emerging and scaled in Sweden, would you say?
Oh, sure, yeah. So we work with many cities in Europe and now in North America as well. And Climate View builds a software platform for cities to manage and finance their climate transitions. And basically all cities everywhere almost have some sort of climate goal. Many European cities have very ambitious goals like net zero 2028, 2030. And of course, COP27 is and all the COPs are basically to a high extent about setting goals and making pledges. And you can set all the goals you want. That's the easy part. I can decide to be climate neutral by tomorrow. That's easy. But it's not very actionable and it's not very doable. So to become that, you have to break it down into targets. And that's what we do. And to make it tangible and to something for the whole organization in the city to strive for. And technology, of course, is an essential part of that, not just an enabling, it's essential. Because what you do is you need to transform the way the city operates, the way people move around, the way people heat their homes. Because in the middle of the winter, you need heating, but you need sustainable heating. You need mobility. You need to fulfill your needs today, and you need to fulfill them in the future without causing emissions. And how do you do that? Well, you shift to cleaner technologies. So ImpactTech, for me, is basically how we live our lives in the future, and that's absolutely fundamental. And cities are the main playing ground for that. That's where most action is going to take place. That's where 70% of emissions come from, and that's where most people live. So it stands and falls with the cities and with technologies.
Would you say that you would have had perhaps a more local, regional point of departure if you would have been founded in another city, in another part of the world?
Well, coming from Sweden means that you fundamentally have a small market, so you have to get out of Sweden as quickly as you can to survive. So you need an international mindset. And I know this goes for basically all Swedish companies. So that, of course, helps. If we would have been a German company, I think we would have been pretty happy staying in Germany for a long time and then maybe considering to go abroad. So I think that's a big thing. I'm sure that goes for colleagues here as well. Being Swedish, you need to go abroad as soon as you can.
Let's turn to you, Christian. We have heard how software can help customers and consumers, how it can help institutional actors like cities. You're working with helping a lot of companies doing their part too. I'm going to ask you the same question because you are working with companies across the globe.
Yeah.
The international outlook and really sort of wanting to change a global system. Is there inspiration to be found in the ImpactTech phenomenon that we are seeing in Sweden?
I can answer the first part of the question, like, is it inspirational? I mean, of course it's inspirational. So I mean, it's totally amazing that, the front runner in terms of delivering actionable data to end consumers through banks our Stockholm-based economy. It's amazing that the platform that delivers the insights to municipalities and the public sector is Climate View, and we at Normative, as you said, our vision and mission is to make known the sustainability impact and reduce the sustainability impact of all corporate activities on the planet. And for doing so, I think Sweden has been an amazing kind of springboard. Of course, you need to go to other places eventually, but I think the overall awareness here is really high. And for everyone listening that doesn't know what we do at Normative, so we essentially help companies account for their full carbon footprint and give them the actionable insights that they need in order to reduce their carbon footprint. And we're especially focused on global value chains. So, I mean, the decarbonization of the world economy is the decarbonization of these global value chains. And in order for that to happen, you need the awareness, you need to calculate and account for the carbon emissions, but you need to move the right money into the right technologies, which is what the previous panel, previous panels at all of COP has been all about. So I think it's kind of amazing, the ecosystem that we see emerging out of Sweden, and with global ambitions, of course.
All right, good. We have one of the experts that can provide us with a forecast of where the negotiations will end with us here in this panel. And I'm looking at you, Victor. So I'm curious, how will it end based on all your expertise and experience?
I think it's way too early to say. I mean, there's some things that we should be happy about and some things that we should be worried about. So let's begin with those things that we should be happy about. We should be happy about the fact that multilateralism, meaning that global collaboration on climate change, is still alive. Right? We've been through a pandemic. The war in Ukraine has put major stresses on the world's countries. And still we're able, as a global community, to come together and try to create rules where we coordinate and act on climate change. I think that's positive. The negative side of this is that it's not enough. We know already the commitments that countries have traveled to Egypt with are not enough. They don't take us below 1.5 degrees. So I think we need to balance those two things, both the positive and the negatives of that. And then there are a couple of key things that I'm keeping my eyes on for the final round, if you want to hear those. I think so. One of them is, of course, the 1.5 degree target. Is it going to be alive after negotiations? Is it going to be in the documents? What's the wording around that? That's first. The second one, and the important message of keeping fossil fuels in the ground. I think how is that going to be reflected in the document? Phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, for example, or phasing down, for example. That's sort of the nuance that I think is important. The third point, the discussion on climate finance and loss and damage that you mentioned in the beginning. Like, are we going to see something tangible here where countries actually deliver resources to vulnerable countries or not? And then the last point, the role of nature-based solutions, the role of the living planet for us to be able to stay away from a dangerous climate future. To me, those are 4 key aspects, and 4 aspects that can guide the tech sector in Sweden as well.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask a similar kind of question to you, Milton. And it's not related to how they likely will end up, but how they should end up, especially from the perspective of impact tech companies that have a tendency of not being the most patient persons around. So what would you really want to see coming out of the negotiations, Milton?
I mean, the frank and honest answer is that after COP26, the Glasgow Alliance of Net Zero, of which Mark Carney is co-chair, launched a fund that would funnel private capital of $130 trillion into a net zero economy. Just a week before COP27, the clause that said that you weren't supposed to be investing in fossil fuels got dropped. And so that was transparently, it was because the prices were favorable because of the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And what I would like to see coming out of COP27 is that the private capital that isn't currently being devoted to the ends with which it should be devoted is actually done in the right way. And I think that the role that the companies that we're working with and companies like ours can help create the technologies that's necessary to enable the transparency with which those companies are operating, so that you can actually see whether the proceeds are used towards green ends or whether they're used towards brown ends. And I would think that would be the key outcome I'd like to see out of COP27.
Fredrik, are you seeing the same thing on your wish list, or is there other things that you would like to add?
No, I agree, and just a greater sense of clarity, I think, and alignment among countries is important. And we work on the city level primarily, and you have these national goals and contributions, but for those to trickle down to the city, that takes time. The city goal doesn't automatically get updated just because the national goal gets updated. And that's the way most countries work anyway. And they have their own elected leaders. So you have an alignment issue across many different levels. And the clearer you can get at the top level, the easier it is for the lower levels to follow. So that's a key thing that comes out of these meetings is clarity. And lack of clarity can be very, very bad in that sense. So that's what I would hope for.
Christian, from your perspective.
Yeah. So same question, basically.
Yeah.
So one thing that we did before COP is that we all are probably aware of the UN emissions gap report and the fact that we're heading towards 2.8 degrees or so. And that's looking at the commitments of countries. And I think you mentioned, that has to trickle down, right, to cities. And inside of cities, you have companies, right? So it needs to trickle down to companies as well. So we started to look at the net zero commitments or reduction targets of 1,000 companies. Turns out that those 1,000 companies, their global emissions in their operations and value chain equate to 77% of global emissions in total. So that means that is pretty good news. That commitment gap, at least from an enterprise perspective, is being filled. But the most important thing is then what are we doing to hold those businesses with net zero targets accountable so they actually go there? Because right now there is this accuracy gap where most of those net zero commitments have very low integrity because the kind of carbon accounting is not even comparable between different legal entities. So something that we would like to see more of is standardization. So for instance, the ISO standard, the defining net zero, that is obviously a good achievement, but we would really like to see that in terms of carbon accounting and governments holding companies to higher account on their net zero targets and performance on a year-to-year basis.
All right, good. Thank you so much, Christian Rönn from Normative, Fredrik Uddenfelt from Climate View, Victor Gallas from the Stockholm Resilience Center, and last but not least, Milton Malmström from the Economy. With that said, we have during this session been joined by many of our Swedish impact tech companies that are truly redefining industry by industry, as well as having impact tech accelerators, investors, academia, and representatives from the public sector too. From where I'm standing, the message is very clear. The name of the game for impact tech companies that are originating from Sweden, as well as all the other actors that are part of the impact tech ecosystem, is to use technology for good, to solve many of the major social and environmental problems that the world is facing. They all have an international outlook and ambition to build the clean, green, and resilient industries of tomorrow, right here, right now. Just as COP27 is approaching its end, so are the sessions from the Swedish Pavilion. And in fact, this is the very last session of the over 60 sessions that have been hosted from the Pavilion during this year's Conference of the Parties. On behalf of the industrial partners to Sweden during COP27, I would like to extend our thanks to Business Sweden and André Hedberg with team for a fantastic work throughout these 2 weeks. I believe that we together have truly pioneered the possible. Thank you and good night.